Oh man, morning, party people. It is way too early for this shit, y'all. All right, so for anybody who wants a rundown of kind of where we are right now, according to what I am seeing, I don't have it on screen because I don't have eyes in DXB currently. But it would appear as though our friends in the Goon Swarm and the Imperium are arriving in that system. What we're seeing on screen right now is actually the ZXB gate in Y-2ANO, and you're looking at a pretty fierce camp right now. We've heard a lot about wood chippers this week, and this certainly looks like one for the ages. It's going to be interesting to see if if we actually have fleets jumping in. I'm sure we will, but I don't think they'll just jump in at maybe they'll come in at the same time. I don't know. But it's gonna be a bloody day. Local D-scan and ship D-scan? Why you always ask me for this shit, dude? They're not giving you that shit because it's OPSEC, obviously. Give me a local scan of 1DQ. Alright, so there's your local scan. Now obviously I'm not gonna do a D scan quite yet till people actually get here, start to rumble. But I will tell you that if we're gonna look over towards, so we look at this gate here, we've got a full fleet of Munins here. We've got a full fleet of Feroxes here. There's a shit ton of carriers, faxes, a whole bunch of Sinos, and take a peek at these over here. Got another Ferox fleet there, another Ferox fleet there, a Zealot fleet, I believe. Yeah, Zealots there, and then another Ferox fleet up here. And then, of course, we've got the blob of faxes and carriers all doing their thing. Now, what's interesting over here? Oh, things are happening. Somebody just jump in. Okay, well, I was wrong. I was wrong. We're about to see the fight kick off, I guess. because those flashes mean that people are jumping in to the system. And right here is where this fight's going to kick off. I'm going to move my camera around a little bit, try to give you guys a good view. I know the bubbles are kind of toxic. You're going to see a lot of brackets and everything as well. You can see the Keepstar timer on the screen there. It's 47 minutes, right around there, and some odd seconds. And right here we've got, so local just went up about 400, I'd say. Currently setting at about 2,400 in local right now. If you're in local, feel free to spam the Trash Talk Tuesday link. So tie-dye is now ticking down. We're at 10% tie-dye, pretty hard stuck right now. There's Asher and a monitor, and looks like we've got a Ferox fleet here. So to my knowledge, goons have pinged a several Ferox fleets. There's a Ferox fleet on Asher, Havish, and Cauldronborn. Then we've got a Baltec fleet here as well as a Jackdaw fleet. So there's 5 fleets of goons coming in right now. And we see some Hodreds coming in as well. So now we're getting dangerously close to the 1% tie-dye area. Yeah, the countdown is 0 actually. We've already got PanFam treads coming in, which is totally fine. Welcome to Fountain. So again, this is Y-2ANO, the Keepstar over yonder, coming out of repair soon, or coming out of reinforce soon rather. And we've just had a shit ton of ships, about almost 800 ships, I would say, jumping in. Game is trying not to crash. Let's turn off all the brackets. Now you can see that there's a blob of fighters here. So I'm gonna stop showing all the brackets so we can just see the ships. So this is just ships. So far, yes, but I will tell you that with the tie-dye being this bad, local is still climbing, and it's probably not gonna stop for a while. So I mean, being completely objective, right? I have no intention of trying to spin this in any way, shape, or form because I'm not that guy today. But I am wondering what's gonna happen next here. Yeah, I don't have local on the screen, unfortunately. I can put it there if you'd like. I really have no problem doing that. I just gotta find it. That's fine. I'll just do a new window real quick. And now we've got the Baltec fleets arriving as well, or Baltec fleet rather. So you can see them coming in. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it better as well. local count up here. So I'll put the local count in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Let me know if that works for you. Doesn't work for you, I'm sorry, but it should be just fine. We're just under 3,000 in local. Looking at here. So what we're seeing, it looks like we've already got some ships exploding, and these guys are gonna start to try to like burn off. But it's yeah, I'm sure CCP reinforced the node. There were multiple requests for node reinforcements. If they did not reinforce said node, then well, it will make me to cause me to lose what little faith I have, essentially. And I've actually got a fancy little tool here as well. So I'm gonna back to orbit. It's gonna take it back to me. So these fleets that are on this gate over here, they need to get somewhere safe, right? So it looks like what they're trying to do. This gate has been bubble fucked to oblivion, like no lie. And it looks like what they might be trying to do is to just burn towards anything that they can. This is the blood price that we are paying for reinforcing this Keepstar, by the way. This is the goon might, and I want to say that what you're seeing, the amount of people that you're seeing here, this is literally the fuck goons express. These guys, they need to get over here out of these bubbles. What do you mean? Camping the Citadel? There's all the subcap fleets are on grid right here. And the only thing that's on the Citadel right now are a load of capitals. And the capitals all have their fighters on this gate as well. So what we're seeing here, I don't see someone in one of these fleets can tell me if the goons are firing back at all. I see some cap chaining going on, some repairs possibly, but I don't know if goons are actually firing. So I see, this is one of the jacked off fleets, and they're moving rather quickly. The battleships are pretty much staying still though. So what that's gonna do is it's gonna make it so that these dreadnoughts right here, because there's dreads on field, right? If anybody was unaware, there's a bunch of dreadnoughts here. These are paw dreads. And they're just gonna be pushing into these battleships. And while the jackdaws can get off relatively easily, which is great, The battleships, not so much. And we're seeing more fleets warp in. And the tie-dye is very steadily at 10%. Looks like we've got another fleet jumping in. Okay, so all the Ferrexes are shooting or smart bombing or trying to kill dictors, and that's fair. That's a good play. That's a good play. This is definitely my happy place. I'm gonna try not to move my screen so much because I'm basically giving you graphics that are not really restricted too much. Why are the Reds so bad at Eve? I don't think you can really be like bad at Eve per se, right? I think you just simply something where uh, they have to come in, right? If they want to defend their shit, they have to come in. They couldn't just stay out in ZXB. They couldn't just stay out in ZXB and wait for us to reinforce the thing. That's not how any of this works. I'm not trash talking right now because my cat is on my desk and I love him and I am literally in my happy place, honestly. And it's a good day. It's a good day. No, don't eat my cat, you motherfucker. I'll kill you. Yeah, well, Jojo, you're absolutely right. Like if they will eventually break out of these bubbles, right? So we've already got some of the battleships are out. Those are the ones that have MJDs, which I believe should be all of them. They probably said align to this and then hit your MJD. The Feroxes and the Jackdaws have already kind of they've made it mostly away from the gate here. And then these dreads are the only ones that they're the biggest threat right now, right? So they're the largest threat on grid are the dreads. So instantly, upon jumping into the system, both the Jackdaw fleet and this Ferox fleet, they burn away, right? So they burn away so that they don't have to like be in range of the dreadnoughts as easily. However, these battleships, they did have quite the toll on the battleships, I believe. Um, because if I was calling dread primaries, it would 100% be battleships. So the battleship fleet looks like it's mostly off. We've got another Ferox fleet coming in with some straggling Baltics here that are basically just kind of sitting there waiting to be cannon fodder. Um, the battleships are warping off. Looks like they're probably going to some structure somewhere. Yeah, I think there's a Fortizar over here. Or an Athenor or something. They're going to a structure over there. That was a smart play by them. Really, really well done. Looks like the Jackdaws are out of the bubbles here almost. So these Jackdaws, these guys would be tasked with essentially just keeping victors away from the fleets, right? Um, and then the Feroxes, I believe, are going to be the bulk of the combat today. Going to be a big old Ferox blob against another big old Ferox blob. There's the rest of those battleships warping off. Now, we've still got quite a few Quite a few battleships in the bubbles here. Either they didn't get the memo or they just don't care enough. They got their PAP and they're just here now. Looks like Asher managed to get off, which is fine. And then we see these other Ferox fleets are following the same suit. They're just burning off and killing tackle. Uh, yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of dead Belgarns on Z-Kill right now. Get the Hodreds on him. Battleships don't last very long. It was a really bad bubble. There's some good bubbling. Yeah, I think we're winning right now. The timer hasn't come out yet. We still have 31 minutes before the timer actually ticks down and the Keepstar is able to be shot. But it looks like the boys in blue are just happy to be extracting a blood toll from the Imperium. You want to come defend your Keepstar? Yeah, no, the tie-dye is absolutely terrible. We've got 3,600 people in local. We're literally at, like, we're at negative 1% tie-dye right now. I love that this was touted as the puppy wood chipper, and for right now has been a goon swarm wood chipper. Um, it's fun stuff. I'm told this will be quite the bloody fight, but we'll see. We'll see. So for anybody who missed the shield timer, the shield timer essentially went a little bit like um, the Imperium showed up in a Ferox fleet or two, and then continually killed fighters. It killed me 4 times though. Not gonna lie, I died 4 times. Yeah, this won't be a super fight. Like this will be a sub cap and cap fight. So now that we're up to about 3,700 in local, I'm gonna do another local scan, and we'll see just how much Imperium is on field. So looks like there are 967 Condi, 303 in it, 134 in it mercenaries, 125 Ranger Regiment. 74 TNT, 24 lawn. There's representation from everywhere around here right now. But they've
How's the
also.
battlefield look?
Oh, hey, Rich. It's pretty nasty, honestly. I'm disgusted.
Is this going to be an even fight where the outcome is undecided, or has the majority of the, well, tactical superiority been taken up by one side of the force?
That is yet to be determined. The actual fight hasn't really even started yet. We're basically just looking at fleets trying to, break into the system here, I guess. The Keepstar doesn't even come out for another 27 minutes. Grim, what's happening here? What's happening here is that about maybe 1,200 goons, 1,200 Imperium members just jumped into Y-2ANO, where a Keepstar is coming out of reinforce in about 26 and a half minutes. They did this while PandaFam in several fleets and capitals was waiting, camping the gate, ready for them to come in. So it's been kind of a murder, a massacre on this front right now. And this isn't even the real fight. This is just everybody trying to get off the grid, essentially, so that they can position themselves to actually contest this reinforcement. But the thing is that there's a lot of ships here, and if these ships don't get off the grid, then they're gonna get killed. Um, yeah, I don't know why they didn't jump clone to Y-Tech 2. It would have made sense to do that, I think. Basically just say, hey, put a ship or something in Y-Tech 2. But then they'd have to talk about their future plans, what fleets they were gonna ping and everything like that. And having your enemies know exactly what you're forming is not exactly ideal for anybody. But I am just increasingly interested in the things that are happening here. I wish there was a way to turn off the graphics for bubbles so that I couldn't see them. Backgrounds in Eve are so beautiful. This is so slow because we're at 10% tie-dye, which is the lowest amount of time dilation we can have, at least displayed, but I'm fairly certain that we're at much lower than that currently. I think we're probably setting at 1% time dilation. And if you're not familiar, essentially what that means is that everything happens at 1/100th of time. And this is a way to make the server not shit itself, which I guess is okay, but the server is most definitely shitting itself. So I think the interesting thing about what you guys are seeing right now is that you've got all these battleships here that are just kind of sitting here, and I don't know what they're doing. They need to get off grid. And then you've also got Hodreds up here, and I'm gonna zoom in on one of them real quick. These Hodreds are probably having so much fun right now because they're just coming in and murking everything that they can. So it looks like this new battleship fleet is an initiative battleship fleet. If I were to make a suggestion to the initiative, is that next time jump in when everybody else jumps in, because now they've literally just made themselves the most viable target on grid. And rather than waiting and staying around, like staying in the same spot, it looks like our blue fleets here have positioned themselves around the gate so that even if they align and they try to get out, they're still going to be trapped in bubbles or potentially tackled and have an enemy fleet right on top of them.
The thing is, some of these ships that are currently trapped in the bubbles, even if they're left there, there's not a lot they can do, and they're entirely separated from anybody else. While the fleets that are working to kill them, they can easily reposition and engage other things. They could be, well, they're essentially dead weight at this point.
Yeah, and then they do make up a pretty fair amount of the people that are in system. A couple hundred initiative are in system now, and get another local scan real quick. So there's about um there's about 450 in it in system right now between the mercenaries and the initiative proper. Grim, I am a part of. I'm a part of the attackers, but I'm not really trying to. I'm not playing that angle today. Playing the basic angle today, where I just look at what's happening and I tell you what's happening. And right now, the Bumblebee wood chipper is going burr. Okay, so the init fleet has realized their mistake and looks like they are going to be crashing the gate here. So we're going to see them leaving pretty quickly, which is it's a good call. It's a very good call because they don't want to lose this fleet. This fleet is one of the things that is going to keep these other subcat fleets interested. You're gonna have to give me a minute for the D scan, an actual D scan. I do have attackers as they are blue. So, and again, just to clarify, we still haven't even started to fight over the Keepstar yet. This is literally just jumping into just the fleets getting positioned. The Init um, battleship fleet is leaving now, which is fine. They'll probably come back once things are a little bit eh, more calmed down, I guess. D-scan is loading, by the way, still loading. There's 4,000 people. So. Yeah, I would say that a good play from anybody here would be to have a camp on the other side of the gate as well. A smaller fleet could do that and essentially prevent like reinforcements from coming in, because the pings are going out now. Basically, just um, there was a ping a little while ago where Matani was telling everybody to get to die, get into a ship, and then get back in the next break-in fleet. Um, there really shouldn't be any break-in fleet coming here and actually surviving. Because essentially what it boils down to is that once this Keepstar comes out of reinforce, which is about 15 minutes from now, you're gonna see fighters more than likely go towards that Keepstar instead of staying on this gate. And these subcaps have no business being over next to a Keepstar. Um, Now, what you might see is that a Ferox fleet from Goons or something will go over and murder fighters, which is what we saw on the shield timer, or the shield reinforced rather, was just it was a Ferox fleet that was killing fighters for about 2.5 hours and occasionally killing ships. We may see that same kind of action here, but really the subcaps in this system are going to be best suited for keeping people out. Look, we've
At this
got
sorry, at this point, some of the subcapitals that are doing nothing or they're stuck in bubbles, honestly, they probably should self-destruct and get into the next fleet, and so they can break in because they're doing nothing here at this point. That's the truth of it.
yeah, I think what we're probably seeing here is a lot of links and connections to where they can't do anything anyways.
Right now, they're fighting for superiority over, I guess, control in space, and whoever has that will probably have a better time dealing with the fighters that will go for the Keepstar afterwards.
Yeah, looks like barracks fleet off.
The problem with the Baltics, with battleships in this kind of fleet is due to the sheer amount of tie-dye. If you can consider how long it takes for a battleship to move and to lock onto things and to do a lot of things without tie-dye, with tie-dye, it's got even worse.
Right. Yeah,
And
only two battleships are the play.
these bubbles look well, very evil. They're spread all over the place. You can obviously see the bubble shield over there, but the bubbles are completely spread over. You wouldn't be able to jump out of the bubbles in one MJD jump. You'd need several.
Well, so the first battleship fleet that jumped in was able to do just that. They were able to get themselves out of the bubbles, and they've actually warped off, and then they were able to warp back over here. So they're actually on this Keepstar right now, ready to go. Um, and then there are people that did have like battleships here in Y-2 that should see undocking them shortly. There's Don Rhea and an Archon. Please make sure if you kill one ship today, make it Don Rhea's Archon. But that Baltic fleet was able to get off and then warp back Keepstar. But now let's see what they're doing. Rim is having a blast over here. Actually, looks like the call was made to essentially shoot up these battleships, which is a good call because at this point, any ship in these bubbles needs to just be murdered. Um, these Ferox fleets need to get off grid. This Jackdaw fleet needs to stay so that it can kill Dictors, but this Ferox fleet absolutely needs to get off grid now, otherwise they're gonna get turbo dunked very soon. Yeah, that Scorch is going burr. They've got a lot of capsules here. There we go. There's the Ferox fleet warping off. Good call, whoever made that call. Get over to your Keepstar. Stay safe. You guys got about 10 minutes before that comes out. You got a lot of fighters to kill. I don't know. I don't think anybody. I think the defenders set the timer for a structure. I think Pappy can do anything about it. So the Ferox fleet is warping off, which is the appropriate call. Asher. They're warping up to that Forzar, which is good. Wonder how many of these guys are left in bubbles. Looks like at least a few of them are in bubbles. And all these guys that are in bubbles will die, basically. Everything that you see here that's in a bubble, hello, should die. So one important thing to consider as well is that Init is still on the other side of this gate. They came in, they were getting shreked, and then they left, essentially. So while this is getting cleaned up, we've got about 10 minutes left on the Keepstar, and the play here, in my mind, would simply be to bring these fleets that are over on this Keepstar and this Fortizar They just need to bring him over here. They just need to bring him back, and it needs to jump in, and then you just have the fight here. Because what'll end up happening is that when that Keepstar comes out of reinforce, the fighters from the PandaFam Capital Group will be launched over at the Keepstar. That is a certainty. And then a true just subcab fight can begin. We've even got Dracaris and Ranger Regiment. I believe they're just over here hanging out. And there should be some capitals here as well. And there are. And these capitals, I assume, will be carriers with space superiority fighters. Because the goal here for Goons is to make this take as long as they possibly can. They want this to be a hellfuck grind fest. They know that they're not going to win the timer, but they want it to be as miserable as possible for the people that are attacking it. What do you think about this so far, Rich? I've talked a lot. I'm going to drink some water.
I think this, well, we can see the course of the fight right now, unless the Imperium unlocks something major, which probably should happen in the next, well, as soon as the reinforcement timer is over. I don't think anything unexpected is going to happen at all. The current Imperium fleet that's stuck in the bubbles or they're burning around, well, they're dead weight and they're either going to be slaughtered or they'll have to either burn out or self destruct. I think it's very much currently who can, well, get space superiority. And whoever gains that space superiority, meaning who can, well, freely operate in space and who controls uh, where the fleet can go and where the fleet cannot go. Whoever gets that will probably have a better time in this fight. The Imperium obviously needs as many subcaps and superiority as possible if they want to bring down and start shooting down as many fighters as they can during the Keepstar bashing.
And I think and one thing to note, I'm looking at a like a local scan, and right now it looks like Ethereum has actually so just PanFam themselves. Imperium has like outformed with about 1,308 people on grid. PanFam alone has 1,300 people. Looks like there's about 600 legacy in system now, along with 200 from Winter Coalition, 121 from Dead Coalition, which dead. I don't know why that's listed on there. And then there's about 600 unaffiliated people. So that would be pretty substantial. These are substantial numbers. There's 4,200 people in local right now. Host Rica, no, you don't have to listen to Rich if you don't want to. He's a good dude. But if you don't want to listen, mute the stream when he talks. I wouldn't do that. Good guy. But you can if you want. Got some repositioning happening. Barracks fleet's warping off.
Well, it looks like control over this gate is pretty clearly in the side of uh, the blues currently on screen. Is there no other way for the Imperium to get in?
No. Unless they want to come the back way, which they totally could. It just wouldn't be very feasible.
Well, as soon as the
Try to
reinforcement time ends, the window of opportunity starts running out. In fact, it's running out even now.
turn on all the brackets so we can see the fighter blob. This is disgusting. Mass everything.
The back way is currently, I presume this is the ZXB Y-2ANO gate, the Dell Fountain gate being camped. The back way would
Correct.
be to go through, well, 4HS, CR, and the rest of Fountain, which isn't very feasible because it's mostly entirely under the control of, yeah, well,
Fan fam.
Horde, Panfam, yes. And not to mention, there's probably going to be people flooding in from Iridia, from Outer Ring, and Cloud Ring to get involved in this. Whether or not they make it is not uh, not something I can tell.
So just so far, so that everybody can kind of get a feel for what's happening in Y Attack 2. Um, the the PanFam has lost 87 ships, and the Imperium and affiliates have lost 213 ships. Now, I've been live for about an hour, which means that they are literally like they've lost 100. They're losing 200 ships an hour basically, which is ridiculous. So that's what the BR looks like right now. Obviously, it's probably not completely updated and will continue to update as deaths happen. But this is a pretty nasty. It's a pretty nasty fight for the Imperium so far. Um, they they came here looking for the pubby wood chipper to go brrr, and instead it would appear as though the bumblebee wood chipper has gone brrr, which you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Yeah, you just a terrible thing to have happen.
The importance is this is the last system, the last vital system of Fountain before they can start hitting Delve. And with Delve, with Fortress Delve, you obviously need to build up a siege on this. And if they want to ward off the siege, if they don't want a beachhead for people to start directly going to Delve, they need to hold this system because, and it seems, given the current control of the gate and such, well, it's not outcome doesn't look so good. If this system falls, then it's only then one of the main objectives to be able to accomplish a successful siege on Delve and eventually destruction of Delve is complete. Uh, Once this is through, then it's just a matter of Quirius and period basis, and that's so we're looking at the first objective, first major objective for dealing with Delve.
All right, so you can see the fighters are starting to warp back to their respective carriers. That is because they've got a Keepstar. Got a Keepstar to reinforce.
Can we take a look at the Keepstar? How many subcapitals do they have on it? Do they have more subcapitals than the previous three Keepstars?
Well, yes, the previous three Keepstars were completely undefended, so there were no subcaps present.
So in this case, there's probably going to be a lot of fighters hazed and dead
Oh,
by the Keep.
absolutely,
I
absolutely.
wonder, I wonder how many people are going to be caught out by the Keepstar's doomsday if they trying to go in range to deal with the subcapitals, because you want to, well, reduce as many fighter deaths as possible.
Well, and that's kind of what we're gonna see on this fight. That's exactly what the Imperium is here to do. They're here to kill fighters, essentially. This little fight was just a bonus. So what's going to end up happening is that you're going to have people that are coming into system or well, you're going to have the Imperium trying to kill the fighters, then you're going to have the Keepstar doomsdaying the FCs of the hostile fleets. Um, so it's going to be interesting because they basically have to be in range of the Keepstar to fight the subcaps, which makes Keepstars insanely strong. So I'm going to turn off all the brackets for right now. So we can just see what's left over. Looks like there's just pods and a couple small ships left over on the gate here. Tie-dye is still at 10%, but it's kind of subsiding a little bit. It says 10%, but I think it's probably closer to around like 7 to 8%, which is better than the one that we were at before.
What ships do we have on the Keepstar that will be used to haze off the fighters, or are those ships currently docked?
It looks like they are docked. So we have a there's a Goonswarm Ferox fleet here, helmed by Asher. There is a Baltec fleet helmed by Elo. There is another Ferox fleet led by Havish and another one led by Cauldronborn. Um, and then there's a Jackdaw fleet and a bomber fleet that are here, and that's all from Goons. So looks like they are bubbling their Keepstar. So this is where they're undocking here. Good stuff. So we can see the Baltecs undocking. Now the Baltecs will likely be used to actually attack the subcap ships. If my knowledge serves me, there's a really good chance that the Ferox fleets, at least one of them, is built entirely for killing fighters, right? So they are probably not going to try to use that for combat. They might, I don't know. There's also jacked off Ferox.
You've seen the revelation from the side of NC going around. What is that going to be used for? It obviously cannot be used for the siege of the Keepstar. That'll just get DD'd and it'll be a huge laugh. But would that be camping the gate, or does that have some other purpose in mind? I don't think it will be in range to shoot anybody on the Keepstar without getting into DD range either.
So here's an interesting thing. Actually seeing the Keepstar is okay. We're paused now. So the Keepstar timer is paused. Looks like it's just paused with this Ferox fleet. Cool. Um, Paused at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. So the important thing to note with that is that while we are experiencing 10% tie-dye, that the timer will actually tick down in real time. So if this structure gets unpaused, then oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. Someone tell Matterall that it's fucking YTAC 2, not YTAC 0. Okay. Anyways, back to actual important things. So if this timer gets unpaused, that ticks down in real time, which is bad because it takes a lot to pause a Keepstar. Not indeed. But it looks like rather than just relying on the carriers to do the thing. Oh, we got a bombing run here. Random neutrals bombing Ferox fleets. Let's see if we can see some explosions. It looks like it's a pretty decent bombing run. I know that there's defenders there.
How far out are the fighters until they reach the Keepstar and, well, can begin to relieve the subcapitals of the siege for the Keepstar?
I'm sorry, what did you ask?
One moment, somebody's at the door. How long until the fighters reach the Keepstar?
Oh, I don't know. I can't game quite yet. I just want to see this bombing run happen. Got 2 little bombs here. Got 4 bombs up here. I think there were. No, there were. Okay, so we're starting to see the bombs land now. Get in close, y'all. They do have defenders, but those bombs are going off. Yeah, they were damage bombs, concussion bombs. So if anybody from CCP is watching, or there's any way that someone can communicate, and you please turn bounty notifications off for this system. Can you turn Crime Watch off, please? Please. So it doesn't look like any of these Feroxes ended up eating shit, did they? Oh, am I wrong? Oh no, that's Keepstar Fire. Alright, we're gonna back away a little bit from this. I don't know what this bubble shield is for.
I do not see many of the carrier fighters heading towards the Keepstar. Where are they?
They are hidden. So let me I'll unhide them for you, sir. There they are. It looks like some fighters are still going towards the gate. So we're gonna have a couple different things happening here at the same time. So we've got a Ferox fleet, 2 Ferox fleets that are gonna continue to reinforce the the Keepstar. And then we'll have a group of fighters that's in the upper right hand corner, weapons grade and competence, living up to your name. So we're gonna have a group of fighters here coming over to this Keepstar to fire on it. Then we're gonna have it looks like these fighters coming over to the gate. to keep it locked down. And then all these fleets over here are they're just gonna live here now. Wonder if I can get a good view of everything. Probably not, but I can. Hey, never mind. That's pretty good. So this right now is the fleet that's keeping Keepstar paused. So these guys are pausing the Keepstar, and then we're gonna see these fighters come over here, shoot the Keepstar. These fighters are gonna go over to the gate. Yo, this pen software is fucking amazing, by the way. And then another important thing to note is that right here, we've got the goon fleets. Goon fleet setting here. There's another one here, another one here. So getting some very interesting things happening. Also, this is not a test fleet keeping it paused. This is the horde fleet. I don't know what you're talking about. I love you. I love test today, but this is very clearly a horde Ferox fleet shooting the Keepstar. The ravens in the block. There's ravens in there? Oh, there are ravens in there. Okay, all right. All right, I see the ravens. I see the ravens, and I stand corrected. The ravens are a test fleet, and they are keeping Keepstar paused, and it would appear as though these Feroxes are keeping the ravens safe. Holy crap, that's a lot of ravens. Yes, it is. So I want to give a huge shout out to Pando for revealing that strategy for killing Keepstars without supercaps. Thank you for that, sir. Your contribution to our success will not be unnoted.
What was that fleet that just landed on the Keepstar?
This one, this was a Ferox fleet. So remember, there's 3 Ferox fleets from Goonswarm here. A Jackdaw fleet and a Baltic fleet. There's an additional fleet that is forming now, another Ferox fleet. Fighters haven't quite reached the Keepstar yet. Realistically, I don't even know if the fighters should go there, but we need to hit damage cap on this, essentially. I don't actually know if the Initiative Abaddon fleet has made it back into... Oh, got another bombing run here. This is DBRB's bombers. That's a lot of bombers.
I hope those defender launchers are active.
Can't tell if that's a Lynx bubble. Yeah, that's a bubble. Like only a handful of bombs got launched.
Do they
1,
have
2, 4, 5,
anti-bomber support?
6. They should have, yeah.
Yes, I see some destroyers there.
Yeah, the Feroxes should have some Jackdaws with Defender missiles queued up. And that is a lot of bombers. I will completely agree with you on that. It is way too many bombers for all in one spot. But the thing is that if you're looking at what's happening on the screen right now, these Feroxes are here to murder things like this, and they are doing so. So every bomber that dies, when a bomber dies, their bombs do not do any damage, right? So if you launch all of these bombs all at once, and then, half of them get defended, some of them get killed, you have a better chance of landing something. But so far, I haven't seen any of the bombs blow up yet. But battleships are very vulnerable to bombing. That Dictor needs to get a little bit closer to the bombers. There is actually. There is. Pro God Legend. He's an vulture.
I'm surprised that they're using jackdaws in this kind of tie-dye. I believe perhaps a T3D with more instant application of damage would be better than something that's delayed. And I'd think a Confessor or a Rail Hecate would be far more suitable for anti-bombers in this level of tie-dye.
Well, the Jackdaws are one of the most versatile ships in the game, hands down. And the fact that they can have a defender launcher is just a bonus. Um, the Jackdaws aren't really to kill the bombers; they're there for defender launcher support and to kill like tackle and stuff like that. And you don't really get much better than 100-kilometer range and being able to shoot the light missile. Bombs are still flying, so yeah, the way that I've got my screen set up, I have ProGod set personally red because they an enemy FC, and so you can see he's got a little blue square on him, but his standings are red, which is really weird. I don't know. Let's do a Twitch poll real quick on whether or not Yoshi's allowed on the stream today. Is thick Yoshi allowed on? Yes or no? 3 minutes. There you go. Go ahead and vote. Okay, so it looks like these bombers are just gonna get murdered. I have not seen a single bomb go off yet, but I have seen quite a few bombers die. Goodbye, bombers. Thanks for coming. Yeah, now some of these bombers I don't think even got a chance to set their bombs off. Or to launch their bombs, rather. We have an Amar shuttle in the fray. Don't really know what you're doing here, friend.
Ah, I see the Fraternity FC trumps Bloodthirsty Fame in there. So everybody's here. Can we see well, how many monitors or FCs we have on grid?
Yeah, set up for. There are 11 monitors on the field. Okay, so we've got a fight that's gonna go off right here. So it looks like the Ferox fleets from Goons are warping in. Now these things are getting pretty close to me right now. So what's gonna happen here? This is the play from Goons. So the bombing run didn't work, but hopefully some of these bombs are have actually gone off and have weakened this blob of ravens and feroxes. Now, like we've talked about, the ravens are the ones that are really pausing the Keepstar right now. So all these feroxes need to do is kill the ravens, right? If the feroxes kill the ravens, then the only thing that's going to pause the structure, fighters. So what we're also going to see, this is where the fight is going to happen, part 2. We're going to see these fleets from over here on the gate. They're gonna come over here this way. Oh Lord, they coming. The ravens are dead? Oh, wait a second. Did the ravens die? I see some test pods, but I still see ravens on field.
Yes, Cable, we love to see this in real time. Unfortunately, that requires engine work on this god ancient game, and it's not something that CCP games are doing right now, or so it seems. It would probably require pausing the game development for a very long time, given how much spaghetti code and ancient code is in Eve. It would require a complete revamp of everything.
Alright, Eve, don't crash on me now. Okay, there's the explosions. Uh,
Are you participating in the fight, Karana?
not because I got up too late.
Oh,
I'm pissed because I had a dread ready.
Fuck. Alright, so yeah, those Ravens, a lot of those ships ate shit completely then. Taking a while for the game to catch up and realize it.
Now just imagine if this fight was happening in real time. Because that's the best you're going to do. There's no way this would ever happen in real time.
Okay, that is a lot of explosion. Yoshi, I did drag you in, but then I dragged you back out. I parried it. Casual. Another fleet warping in here. Probably the Black Fleet. Even if the Ravens did have triage, they wouldn't have been able to withstand that bombing run. Like that bombing run actually working is insane. Holy shit, this stuff is trailer worthy. So I think that the Feroxes have likely been given the order to free fire on Jackdaws. Just given how much the fire is just spread across the grid. They might have just given an order free fire on stuff. Is the timer still paused? It is.
So real quick, whose Keepstar is this again?
The Goonswarm there.
Ah, okay. So what you're saying is it actually belongs to the culture.
No.
whoever owns it doesn't really matter. What's important is, well, the consequences of losing this system. And that is, well, one more objective to the final siege of Delve.
Those look like test ravens. All right. Well, rip test.
Okay, and now we've got slice bombers coming in, right? Yes, on every.
That's over 100 ravens that have been bombed.
That does,
I'm checking Z kill right now.
If you look at the Z-Kill Raven losses, you'll see that this is over. This is about 3.5 pages worth of test bombers in Y-2ANO at that exact 1623 timestamp. Over 3 pages of them died instantly, with
oh,
the same person getting the last hit.
here goes a Ferox fleet.
Yep. Nope. I see it. Yep. Rich. Oh, that's bad. However, it does look like they did kill a few bombers, so not. It wasn't totally red. It was just 90% red.
Regardless, they did their part in pausing the Keepstar for that period of time. Let's see how this fight for space superiority goes, and whether or not they can keep up the siege on the Keepstar with the loss of these ravens.
I'm guessing if they have a sit-on system, they could just drop carriers and then pause it with fighters, or they could attempt to. However, with that big of a fleet, that might make it very, very difficult. Especially if the Keepstar has PDS.
Oh, it most certainly will. This Keepstar will be fully fitted for combat. Unfortunately, that apostle is going to be a real nuisance, and due to it being so close to a Keepstar, they can't exactly hot drop onto the apostle and down it instantly.
Are they like right on the Keepstar, or are they some ways away?
Pretty close.
Okay, then yeah, no, there's.
There is a gate camp or some sort of skirmish going on in ZXB on the Y-2ANO gate as well. I'm seeing some ships falling there.
Oh yeah, those ravens. All of them died. I think there's probably 5 or 6 that actually survived that bombing run. At 250 million ISK pop.
Did they not have enough destroyers, did anti-bomber support to be able to ward off those bombs
I
with
don't know.
defender missiles? That's
So
strange.
here's our updated battle report in the Twitch chat. So after that, after the destruction of those ravens, the ISK battle shifted back into favor of goons.
Well, okay, so they definitely have carriers on grid, so that's good. That's definitely going to help. Oh, they have a lot of carriers. Okay. That is a fuckload of carriers.
Yep.
And 2 chimeras. Hell yeah. Chimeras represent. Oh, yep. Yeah, the battle report just updated. I counted 3 ravens so far that survived.
Oh, the Keepstar is repairing.
That's not good. That is definitely not good.
I think one thing
Still burning over.
I think one thing though that I'm actually I don't want to say I'm impressed because then I'm gonna sound like a dick. Then again, this is Trash Talk Tuesday, but at least goons kept their promise of Test is next because they surely wiped the floor with Test in this battle.
They need to get that Keepstar paused. They can't. Every second is important here. To lose this time is going to be a huge. Well, not exactly huge, but it's going to be a setback and a shame. They need every bit of. Well, they need to keep the momentum going.
I mean, especially if we lose a battle where we had a 2-to-1 numbers advantage. I mean, yeah, they had a Keepstar, but like that's gonna suck.
Oh, the laughs will be huge. Like,
I mean, personally, I won't care. I'll still be logging in every day to help burn down the fountain, but I'm just one guy. See, according to the ship's loss, though, like just from the updated battle report, the looks like the Imperium has lost more ships by like 13. So we've got that. So looking at the battle report, it looks like most of those bombers actually died.
given the speed of the bombers right now, those bombers need to get to the Keepstar and start applying soon. Their time is ticking down real fast. I mean, by the time most of the fighters arrive at the Keepstar, we'll be looking at, I'd say, a less than 3-minute window.
The one thing to note here is that the attackers can reinforce this Keepstar plenty of times over.
Yeah.
Well, that is true. If it repairs, they could just go through the shield timer again, but it would be a small setback.
Well, I think so. If we get a situation where the Keepstar repairs, but the enemy fleet just gets the shit kicked out of it, then that would technically be a victory because we were able to fight goons on one of their Keepstars, which was like supposed to be a huge advantage, but we still came out on top because that would essentially show everyone that okay, we can do this. There is an actual possibility that we're going to be able to win.
Problem is how it will be spinned. One side will spin at the fact that they were numerically outnumbered and still won the fight and the main objective, while the other one would say that they won a tactical. Well, tactically speaking, they won. They slaughtered all of them despite the temporary setback and loss, and they can just repeat it all over again. It all depends on how somebody spins it and whose narrative is pushed out and the loudest.
No matter what the outcome is, it's always going to be spun. But who can continuously attack this Keepstar versus who can continually defend? Also, that's a nice DD catch.
What has it DD'd? Does anybody know?
All I've got is the battle report to go off of.
That they DD'd somebody up here. It looks like there's an additional set of ravens up here. Backup ravens, squadron ravens.
That's what it looks like.
It appears to be.
Those may have been. Were they the only ones shooting at it?
They weren't. There was an entire test raven fleet shooting at the Keepstar, and that raven.
Yeah, they died.
Sorry, I'm being really quiet. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see. I don't know if there's any way these fighters make it over there to pause this timer.
No chance. If they want to pause this timer now, they need to take some fairly drastic action. This will be one of the first times that didn't go as planned, it seems.
Well, the other thing too now is, like, does Imperium keep all these ships here?
Even if those fighters do make it over there, though, like I don't think it's going to be enough because that fleet on the Keepstar is probably just going to say, "All right, start blapping fighters."
Exactly.
And unfortunately, it seems that Keepstar is not going to go into structure this time. Well, the only option here now is to either evac and recoup the losses, or attempt to, well, bring its shield timer down and make another attempt on the armor timer tomorrow. But it seems, unfortunately, the tactics used here didn't work, and somebody needs to bring a lot more destroyers with defender missiles next time.
Destroyers with defender missiles are trash. They all target the same bomb, so it doesn't really matter.
Ooh. Flood, were you in the battle?
No, I'm on vacation.
No. Well, it's a victory for the Imperium in
That's
this
what I-
Keepstar battle.
That's when I literally just came into your ask. I'm going back to the pool now.
Have fun.
Oh, there's still a lot of ships that are trapped in bubbles, though.
If PanFam can wreck enough of those, they might be able to get an ISK war victory. Yeah, just looking at the battle report, the legacy of PandaFam, or our side, lost 553 ships, and Imperium lost 639. But we lost like 8 more billion ISK worth of ships than they did.
Yeah, well, 46 billion of that is Test's battleship fleets.
That is true.
That was a bloody disaster.
So one of the things that is happening here, as what's being reported, and I'll what's the thing to pull up the outstanding calls? Rand, do you remember? Oh shit. Okay. This right here. Take a peek at that real quick. So the outstanding calls, this is a thing that you can pull up that basically just shows you what's outstanding for the server. Look at this. There are still calls from 1540, like there are still calls from 1548 that have not been responded, that have not gone through yet. Like, and all of these things have to go through kind of an order. So what I'm seeing quite a few people that are reporting that their modules just like aren't working. So like you've got 4,500 people in a system, right? Literally 4,500 people in a system. And you have Crime Watch on and the bounty thing on. Like, come on. Why would you even bother with that? Right? Like, turn this off in nullsec when there's going to be something like this happening. You know what I mean?
Well, I believe that could require engine work, and CCP won't be doing any of that.
No, CCP can do it, and they did do it in, they did it in X-47. That's exactly what they did. Who's crying, Carlisle? Are you kidding me? God, people are so fucking stupid.
Why is someone crying?
This guy's saying that Pappy's crying. It's not crying, it's literally making an observation.
Oh, it's some guy in chat.
Yeah, some guy in chat.
Gotta love Twitch chat.
Looks like its fleet has come back in. And they appear to be approaching the gate again. No? Maybe? Yes, they very much are. Are you stupid, Carlisle? I'm in Pappy. Hello? I'm a part of the attacking team.
You would think that something like that would have been known by now.
Oh wait, you can reply now? Ooh, that's interesting. I'm waiting for the smug pings from Matani. I'm very excited for them. I can't wait to see what he says.
I mean, literally just watch the meta show and you'll know exactly what he's saying.
Oh Christ, I forgot that's today.
Yeah.
I gotta play-by-play. I'm ready for it. Here, this is my Matani impression for today. So the puppies came to Y-2ANO to get meat ground, and they didn't even reinforce the Keepstar. I think that's close to what he's gonna. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, what you're forgetting is Fountain Frank talking about how either it's an init or no, about how either it's a horde or culture Keepstar.
That is
So
true.
none of this would have mattered anyway.
Meanwhile,
Th-
since
this-
it is Trash Talk Tuesday, I will say that the Talking in Station has been broadcasting for over an hour, and the title of the stream is Y-2ANO Keepstar Live. Just saying. And there's like 200 people watching.
See, it's those kind of nitpicks that make this Trash Talk Tuesday.
No, I wish that people wouldn't stream stuff just to stream it, to have it out there. Like, you don't know what's happening, then don't pretend that you do, kind of thing.
I feel so called out right now.
Why would you feel?
Half the time I don't know what's happening and I just let Twitch chat tell me.
I mean, it's one of those things that's just it's a pet peeve of mine. Like you see a lot of people that just don't know what they're doing, right?
That's also very accurate.
And then they come on and act like they know everything that's happening. Okay, though, that's fine. You do what you want to do. Looks like we've got two uh, two different kind of little fights happening right now. We've got on the one hand, on this gate, we've got in it and well, just in it fighting everybody else. And then over here, we've got everybody else fighting goons. Whew.
It's like I know this is gonna be totally out of the blue, but like, real talk, anyone got an Archon they want to sell?
Stop this. I think Init failed to realize that there's still Hodreds sitting on this gate. But I think the saddest thing about this whole fight is just how server is performing on it.
Oh, it feels like a car crash in slow motion on both sides, whoever is going to be here. For the side that's going to zerg through that gate and face the Horde Reds and some of the subcaps, I feel terrible for them. And for the side that is going to be mindlessly bashing a structure with this tie-dye, I feel sorry for them too. I'm not sure what reward or benefit this is, and I'm hoping in future Keepstar Fights do not have such large amounts of numbers. Obviously, with how much people
They
want to get on
wouldn't.
a Keep style
Wouldn't they?
kill mail, that's never going to happen.
Dude, 1DQ1 is like, personally, I think that Keepstar Fight is going to be the biggest fight meet of history.
I think that's going to be the most obnoxious, agonizing experience in the game, to the point where if it crashes a server and tilts the war, I would not even be surprised.
Oh, it will crash the server, 100%.
And what would it be? A race to who gets the login first? And
Pretty much.
that's going to have some controversy. I'm not looking forward to it.
ALX, that's what happened there. Server crash. First ones logged in were the ones that gotta establish the hell camp, right?
Yeah, and UALX was. It wasn't fun. It was more of just satisfying.
I had fun at UALX. I hear there's at least 20 PL Titans trapped there still today.
Oh, come on now. There's like 50. That's spin, by the way, just so that everyone, including the people on stream, know.
I might have to come to these. I'm like raging at my PC.
My curiosity is, what next? because are they going to try and kill off this Zerg fleet that's just come through the gates, or are they going to go after the Keepstar, or are they going to do both? Like, what do you do now at this point?
I feel like PanFams or Pappy or Panda, whatever. I'm just going to say the legacy of PandaFam because that sounds clear, but no, the legacy of PandaFam in my mind will probably try to kill as many ships as possible to try to get ISK positive. Because, I mean, the Keepstar repaired, and there's no way you're going to be able to kill it with or do anything to it with that many ships sitting on it.
So, same time next week, another bash?
Pretty much. Well, the real question, though, is going to be, and I think this was already previous earlier, but if so, I'm restating it, is that which side is going to crack first? Like, is this going to continue happening? Because I guarantee you, if fights like this continue happening on this one Keepstar, both sides are going to continue to do it because these, while yes, they're pretty much almost impossible to fight in terms of the server just won't let it happen. A lot of people think these fights are fun. So I have no doubt that people will show up to to this fight again wait, I totally lost track of my thought.
Mhm.
Yep.
Big fights get people to log in. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, this is obviously going to be some sort of. This can be very easily spun as a victory on the Imperium side, and this could probably cause them to have more numbers next fight. And everybody who's been to this one would know the abject suffering that they've just been through, and whether or not they come to the next one remains to be seen.
Rich, everything that has happened in this war has been spun as a victory by the Imperium.
Well, this one would be easier to spin than the others. Rather than a 7,000 degree tilt, they could just be a 90-degree tilt.
I mean, let's be honest here. It doesn't need to be tilted at all because they won this fight. Subjective. This is an Imperium victory. It doesn't have to be spun. That's the interesting thing is that right now, like you guys are talking about it like it's like this is the end all be all of fights, right? That this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. The camel is just getting started. Like there's no reason that this is gonna break anybody, and it's certainly not gonna. I highly doubt that it has any impact moving forward. Like
I mean, this
yes,
is
it
warm-up.
might cause the Matani to spin uncontrollably in his chair, but that's what he does anyway. Doesn't matter.
Oh god, I just thought of Beyblades when you said spin out of control in his chair.
I mean, Matani is basically a Beyblade at this point. But that's why it's a war and not just a battle.
Like for me personally, I hope that these types of fights happen constantly once we get to Delve. Like that would be so amazing.
I don't really mind them as long as the server holds up. But right now, the server is literally shitting on itself, so.
My favorite tie-dye battle was in the GOTG War in the North. It was like 3 hours of tie-dye. Sorry. 3 hours of tie-dye, but everything was responsive, and it was actually like really, really fun.
Yeah, so tie-dye is not really so bad, but when you've got people complaining that like their modules aren't activating and something that lasts for an hour.
Yeah. The tie-dye where it's everything's slowed, but modules still activate, like things are still responsive, etc., is the best tie-dye because then it allows for everyone to play without just crashing the game and making people angry.
All right, so Starburst stream, here's what the attackers could have done better. For starters, if those Ravens wouldn't have died, they would have been able to pause the timer long enough for the carriers fighters to get over there and to pick up where they left off and pause the timer from that point. The second thing is that if you noticed, there were a large number of fighters that went back over to the gate. And instead of, taking those fighters over to the gate, those fighters should have gone over Keepstar. Because those fighters needed to be pausing the Keepstar. So yes, there would have been some really, really shitty shit happening to those fighters, but that is what would have needed to happen to keep that structure paused. And that's what the game plan was. Like for the Imperium was to essentially make it hurt to keep the structure paused by killing fighters. Now, it just so happened that rather than just getting to kill fighters, they also got a pretty good brawl out of it. Like the ISK isn't a super high amount on either side. I think it's still less than 100 bill for both sides, but there was still a pretty good fight, and
Yeah,
the fight is still ongoing. So there's more dreads coming in now. See, dreads versus battleships is pretty easy.
looking at the
These
battle
dreads
report,
might be for faxes though.
just looking at the battle report, it's still 60 bill to 67 bill Imperium side winning.
Well, Starburst, the thing is that it's not. So when everybody was on the gate and the fight broke out on the gate, there was plenty of time for that kind of shit, right? The Keepstar had like an hour left on its timer, so it was perfectly reasonable to say yes, let's do that. But then once that timer starts to get closer, you have to make that decision and say, okay, we're gonna pull off and we're gonna put our fighters on the structure because that's what we're here for. So you had some carriers that were putting their fighters over onto the structure. You had others that weren't, and I think it happened too late. But I don't think that it happened too late for lack of trying. If that makes sense. Because like I say, people are telling me that their modules weren't working and haven't been working for the last hour at least. And like if you can't play the game, how can you do something like this, like have a strategy for it? Because no strategy should ever have to be contingent on people being able to play the fucking game. Like, that is the literal worst way. The worst way that this could have gone is that the timer is lost simply because people can't play the game. And it's pretty sad, actually, to think that, if you didn't have crippling tie-dye, and if the servers didn't just shit on themselves anytime more than a few thousand people like actually got into a system, I don't know. And obviously I'm not involved in any of the planning sessions on what actually happens in anything. I'm just a nobody, and it's what I do. But just having to plan for people not being able to play, it's just bad gameplay in my opinion. Yeah, of course. This node had multiple requests to be reinforced, and I'm certain that it was. But the thing is that sometimes node reinforcement requests just aren't enough. Like, yeah, it's gonna help, but at the same time, if things are just not responding, like that's something different than needing to reinforce the node. I don't know what it would be, but not the same thing. Maybe it is. I don't know. So as far as it being possible, I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be. But I'm not somebody that is versed on cloud computing or anything like that. So I honestly couldn't tell you. But I know that there are games out there that put a lot of assets on screen and run just fine. Now,
Well, I'll
granted, it
draw
might
the.
not be 4,500 people, but
I might know a little bit about this, and I'll draw the comparison to a very, very old game which has god awful graphics. Though, if you mess one little setting up, it will lag your computer to the ground. And that game is called Dwarf Fortress, because every tiny little thing in a game requires some sort of calculation. And this is especially the case in Eve, where every tiny thing it will have to calculate the speed of the fighters, the speed of your ship, the transversal, the application, all that type of stuff. But every little calculation takes just a little bit of CPU, memory, and other resources. And one of the biggest offenders of this would be drones and fighters, because they act as AI in themselves, which also take up this. So if we want a fight that theoretically has minimal tie-dye, we'd obviously want as few drones as possible. And we can see tie-dye especially ramps up when fighters and drone boats drop their drones and drop their fighters. So when you have 3,000, 4,000 people in local and they're all undocked and they're flying around, and sometimes they have drones or sometimes they have fighters and sometimes they shoot missiles or rockets and such, every bit requires just a little bit of power from the servers to calculate and to quantify and to process. And if you have too much of it, well, it slows everything down. And if you have way too much and it isn't slowed down, then it'll crash the entire server itself. A good analogy of this would be a net in a river catching fish. One fish, two fish at a time may hit the net and they may be caught, but if 1,000 fish come into the net at the same time, it would either knock the net down or it would tear the net apart, signifying the crash of a server. So that is the issue with tie-dye. And the only real way to fix it is difficult because this is built into the game. This is how the game runs and is calculated. To fix it would require, well, fundamentally redoing the game entirely from scratch, changing how it calculates, changing how it passes everything. And that's a lot of work. Everything will be broken.
I think we're seeing some faxes die here now. It's just that we're watching a slideshow at this point, y'all.
Have you been catching the
So what?
bombing runs?
I haven't seen any bombing runs.
Oh god, there's been a lot of good ones. I'm stuck watching them because my ship just decides it doesn't want to respond to anything, so I watch my anchor burn like 50 kilometers away while my ship just cycles its in WD. It's really fun, by the way.
Apparently apps just gated in. Some faxes. Are these new faxes? I don't see any faxes that are new. Oh, no, still don't. See the init ones that were here before. This part of the fight has ended, basically. Just some smaller fleets cleaning up other fleets. So what I think is very interesting, right? And you can tell me if I'm wrong on this or whatever, but you have init apps over here just eating shit, and you have 1,000 goons over here just sitting on this Fortizar, watching them die.
Why did Init jump in if the objective is won?
Because Init is stupid alliance.
I mean, there's got to be some reason, but like I just don't see why jumping in more caps to an already won battle would. Why?
This is a lose-lose scenario. They go and save the caps, they themselves die. If they do not save the caps, then the caps die freely. I don't know why the innate caps went in. Perhaps that they thought that they could begin them off the gate and potentially saving the Keepstar from another reinforcement attempt if they were to do that. But yes, this is a lose-lose scenario, no matter how you look at it.
I mean, even if it were to get reinforced again, like then they could just do this whole thing again and beat PanFam again. But now they're losing gap. Like there's got to be some ulterior reason we don't know about.
Yeah, not enough folds in the brain.
No. We should trust the decisions of some of these FCs. I mean, they are qualified to do it, right? They are mentally untouchable.
I don't know. Looks like there's some touching happening here.
Yeah, it is some very bad touch.
I mean, they're clearly motivated, they're determined and resilient, and they're confident in their decision. Mentally untouchable, certainly, but physically speaking, they might have bashed themselves on the head on this decision.
It's trying to crash. No, sir. I've tapped. That is not correct. Definitely wanted to ref that Keepstar.
Yes, should this Keepstar reinforcement have gone properly, then there would have been another Keepstar by before the end of this month. Unfortunately, due to the fact this Keepstar repaired, they'll be lucky if they can bring it down by the very end of this month.
Why?
It's still possible.
And
How
They're
long do you
15
think the
days.
Keepstar reinforcement time is?
I don't reinforce enough Keepstars to know, I'm afraid.
Okay, because it's literally like we reinforce the shield on Thursday, Saturday,
How long does the armor and structure timer take?
like a week or something.
All right, so if it takes a week, you'll probably get another attempt around the 20s, but normally it would have taken theoretically
Yeah,
it would have been gone
6
down earlier, but
days.
now
6 days in total, by the way.
15 now, so like
you'd want to time the keep stars, final timers, right? Wouldn't want to do it on some random day of the week.
I don't know. I don't know why Rich is talking if he's guessing. I usually tell Rich to say whatever he wants. Rich, you can say whatever you want.
You know what? I'll take that back this time. I'm not familiar with structure timers. We don't really have them in wormhole space.
Yeah, so this might be something that is actually better done on a weekday, remarkably, instead of a weekend. Just if we're talking sheer like timing and numbers. But I don't know. It all remains to be seen what happens next. ITAP, I don't know if anybody ever claimed that. I literally not 5 minutes ago said that we definitely wanted to ref the Keepstar. Are you okay? At this point, the rest of this will be like over.
Can we get a zoom out and see what is actually going on in this fight and what they're doing hanging around in the system?
They're just waiting. Burning out of the bubbles. Probably just the caps. Like I said, just cleaning up whatever's left over. Well, looks like most of the targets are tethered up on the Keepstar. So. Well, somebody's still shooting the Keepstar. Oh my god.
Whoever's still shooting the Keepstar, God bless them.
Who is shooting the Keepstar though? Fighters? Wait. No fighters. Are goons reinforcing their own fucking Keepstar?
What? Hang on.
Hackers aren't winning the war fast enough, so they're trying to help them.
Goons wouldn't shoot their own Keepstar, would they?
Now my game is definitely crashing, so. Okay, we're back. Okay. Has already dropped 1,000 people now.
Could they possibly reinforce their own structure to start a bad timer, knowing that they could, well, they could take the fight? I don't think they'd do that, would they?
They
That's
can't do. The timer is semi-random. So like there's a window, right? And that window is plus or minus a few hours. So you can't, doesn't matter when you reinforce the structure, like the day would be different. So like it's still gonna be 3 days or something like that. And then it's that window on that day. So they could reinforce their structure to create a timer on a specific day, but there's no real point in doing that as a defender, anyways. So the play here from the defender standpoint is that they're just gonna stay on the Keepstar and wait until people leave. Like there's already been 1,000 people that have left. They could also leave their ships here and destroy their clone, go back to 1DQ that way, and then they have spares if they need them for the next time this Keepstar gets reinforced. Because obviously this Keepstar it's the next target, right? So it's not going to be something that just like, okay, well, we missed that opportunity, we'll not fight it anymore. It's going to get reinforced again.
Yeah, it was like what you said previously. This is just the first of many, many battles.
But I don't know about you guys, but my morale is shot. I am just, I'm in the dumps right now. I'm even looking at Goon Corps to join again. Ugh.
Not gonna fall for it. Not gonna fall for it. Not. Listen, you didn't fall for my comment about this being a culture Keepstar, so I'm not falling for this.
Falling for what, dude? I'm shook.
No, you know what? I'll take the bait. Hey, if he joins and he becomes the hero of Imperium, he might actually get a vendetta this time.
Oh yeah, that's true. I might actually get a vendetta if I do that.
Instead of being enslaved to, what was it? One? No, not one, not two. 3 fleets a week?
Wow. Really just hit me with that dying meme.
You're clearly lacking.
Yeah, man. Got it. Well, I did play for the first time Killing Floor last night with Blazing Bunny and Drayden and Dominarch and Grim, and that was super fun. There's no tie-dye in Killing Floor. What is Bomber's Barb doing?
Bomber's Bar? You mean Bomber's Bar?
Yeah, it's Bomber's Barb.
I think they bombed the Horde fleet.
Eat or what?
Apparently, someone in local, not here, but somewhere else, said that it was 3,000 versus 1,000. I genuinely want to know who was the other 1,200 allies with Pappy, or the Blue Croissant, or whatever.
It was not 1,200 Imperial. As a matter of fact, there were 1,300 before the fight even started. Did you even look at the local scans that I made?
Okay, I'm just looking in chat, and this number keeps changing. I like what?
Yeah, well, that's what's gonna happen. Somebody's got to spin it. I see on the battle report 1,949 to 1,166. Now I see that on the battle report. However, I linked a local scan when the fighting first started, where there were 1,300 Imperium and 1,300 PanFam. Now that didn't include Test. That doesn't include Winter Co. Anybody like that? So yes, you were outnumbered, but suck a dick about it.
I'm personally just excited for not just what the Matani is going to say, but what Fountain Frank is going to say, because that's going to be the highlight right there.
Well, we know what the Matani's gonna talk about, the puppy wood chipper, and 'cause that's the new thing. Well, say this isn't a news show. It's an entertainment show, and we're just watching. We've been watching a stream or watching the fight. So I mean, it is what it is. If you don't like it, you can watch Fountain Frank. It's okay.
I mean, come to think about it, like the Minute Show isn't really a news show either.
Not a new show.
If you're
They
doing
make
if you're doing Keepstars for entertainment, I suggest you find a different area of the game to try out. I will tell you right now, once you've been in one Keepstar fight, they're not that fun. They are really not that fun. I would suggest if anybody did not like this slow motion car crash of a Keepstar fight or Keepstar bashing adventure so far, that they try out something more fun and more exhilarating, like small gang PvP. Provided your fingers are thin enough to hit the keyboards rather than just press F1.
Damn, Rich throwing shade.
Certainly sounds like it, doesn't it?
Like, he just threw shade against all of Nullsec. All right, guys, new campaign. We're gonna evict Flagon. Just all of Nullsec.
Don't need all of
He's
Nullsec
I mean,
to Flagons.
He's always.
provided you can get your fat, greasy fingers onto the other keys to be able to actually do anything other than just right-clicking and pressing anchor and then pressing F1 on the extended large keyboard that you require to press those buttons. I don't find this Keepstar type of thing fun at all. It's boring as hell. It's slow. It's you can grow old by the minute doing it.
It's still not as bad as the MTACO CO2 Keepstar, because that was by far the worst.
I think those Ravens, the logistical failure on those Ravens are probably because those brave Raven pilots probably had a movie on the other screen watching it instead of actively watching what is going on. I don't think anybody should bash the Ravens for their loss. It's a perfectly natural reaction to something as mind-numbing as this, to put on a movie and get distracted.
Wow. I'm not speechless very often, but I really just can't find words to say right now at all.
How do I expect the Raven to defend against the Bombers? Well, let's see. You could bubble around the Ravens, maybe drop a few decloak cans like certain geniuses do when they either camp gates or camp wormholes or camp anything of peculiar importance. Or alternatively, you could have some destroyers with instant damage application, i.e., literally a coercer. Like if you had a few confessors, a few hecates, hell, even a bunch of T1 destroyers with long-range guns sitting slightly off, but or close to the Ravens, you might have been able to do something. I mean, the bombers have to bomb at 30-kilometer range, given the amount of tie-dye and the fact that you can have sensor boosting on your T3Ds. You can certainly kill them way faster than whatever the hell the Jackdaw is meant to accomplish. I mean, you can volley them. They're bombers, for heaven's sake. Oh, yeah, and you can also, obviously, orbit using the goddamn Ravens, keeping them moving in some way. Not that it would make much difference, but at least you could have them somewhat move, meaning that the Imperium bombers have to correct their aim in some way rather than having all of them sat on a single cluster. It's mind-numbing until you realize, well, given how mind-numbing the Keepstar bash is, you might as well be distracted if you're going to bash something like that. I wouldn't waste my time on it. So that's how I would. That's how I defend a bunch of ravens against bombers. Ravens, yeah, it's moving. It's tie-dye. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe move out a bit more. Maybe spread yourselves out. God,
They were pretty spread out.
not if it's the same names getting the last hit on the bombers. Good heavens, no, it seems entirely otherwise. But yeah, if you want to deal with these bombers, use more T3 destroyers, for heaven's sake. Use sensor-boosted T3 destroyers. Use a Confessor. Use a Hecate. A Hecate can easily bomb out to 3 times the range that a bomb can travel. A Confessor can easily bomb out to more than double the range. And they instantly apply damage. But instead, somebody wants to rely on a Jackdaw, which, sure, it can shoot out to 4 times the range of a bomb, but you're waiting for that missile to slowly reach its target in tie-dye. And not to mention it's a missile. You're contributing to the tie-dye itself every time you shoot the goddamn missiles. Why don't I FC the Tappy fleet? Because I'm not allowed in test. Any bomber with a brain will warp off. Well, start bubbling, I guess. Bubble around your goddamn fleet. Bubble underneath your fleet. Have a shield of bubbles, or alternatively, have somebody do what every null-sec alliance does and broadcast a target and 3, 2, 1 fire. And if you do that enough times, you could probably instantly kill one of the bombers before a volley it without it warping off. I mean, it's tie-dye, for heaven's sake. You have the time to be, well, you have the reaction time of a geriatric to have to miss one of those. That is some small gang shit. If somebody wants to send 50 bombers against us, I would absolutely love it. I would absolutely undock a destroyer and massacre them. Unfortunately, I do not like operating in 10% tie-dye. Ah, wonderful. Ron's here. Ron's raided the stream, and
just in time to hear you rant about all these things you don't know.
Oh, no. I perfectly know what's going on here.
I don't know, dude, because I think you said a lot of words and there wasn't really a lot of meaning to what you said. It was just, here's why small gang is better than nullsec.
No. Am I wrong? Could maybe, just maybe, these geniuses, these mental untouchables, could try anything other than a Jackdaw? They could maybe stop contributing to the tie-dye caused by missiles, drones, and other things, and use some goddamn turrets. I mean, Hecate shoots way over 120 kilometers, and you get enough Hecates, you might be able to volley the damn things instead. Hell, have some bubbles on the Ravens, for God's sake. Have some bubbles off the Ravens, too. I mean, make them burn through bubbles, make them reposition. And keep in mind, every time they have to reposition, some Alec has to, while cloaked, in tie-dye, position the bombers and get the bombers to warp to one area and then warp to another and then warp to him. You just have to delay the inevitable and delay it for as long as possible.
Right, but I think you're missing out on the part where it's, if modules aren't working, then how is any of that supposed to happen?
If your modules aren't working, surely theirs aren't working either. It's the fault is 50-50, and you just have to, well, compensate it appropriately. Yeah, if
the bombs are flying, their modules worked.
Yeah, if their bombs are flying, their modules worked. If their modules worked, surely yours would work, right? Although, obviously, we can't get these guarantees all the time.
I mean, we still got 70 or 2,600 people in local, and tie-dye is still bitter. So you're wondering
Not,
why there's not a lot of happenings on the screen. It's everybody's starting to kind of leave and go back to their homes, except for the Gooners. Gooners are still here. They have to
I
wait
said,
until everybody leaves or they'll get murdered.
what do you mean confessors are not idiot-proof? Are there? If you tell people to load Aurora, people really? Do you have to give them confessors with only three kinds of crystals, standard, Aurora, and multi-frequency? I mean, as much as I bash NoSec, I do not believe people genuinely have that low of mental processing power to load the wrong ammunition out of 3 crystals into their confessor, or to load Spike.
Christ.
So, real question: would you say that PanFam bled during this battle?
What?
Would you say that PanFam bled during this battle? Like, was bled really, really hard?
No.
Everybody bled.
I would not say that. If I were being honest, I would say that, I mean, of the losses, that Raven fleet really took that hit, Chen, right? And PanFam, yes, took some losses, but not, like I was saying before, this isn't the end of the world, right? It's just it's a small setback. Probably come and reinforce the Keepstar tonight. Like,
Hold on a second. Surely couldn't you have a bunch of T3Ds capable of shooting up to 70 kilometers? So that would mean Confessor and obviously the Jackdaw and obviously the Hecate. Couldn't you have them at least orbit, say, 30 of the Raven fleet? I mean, if you have them orbit 30, it would... it might upset some of the bombers where they might have to reposition. And since your guns can easily shoot out to the appropriate ranges, as no matter where you're orbiting, you should be able to shoot at the bombers. Because at most, you'd be 60 kilometers away from them. It's beggars belief that these jackdaws, those ravens would just fall this way. It seems like just a waste of such fine battleships.
well, and I think what somebody was saying is that that was at the very beginning of like getting everything set up, which I can understand that. That's not too hard to believe, right?
They want to get everything set up. They probably should have wasted less time on the gate. Then again, people want to get on kill mail, so you can't exactly stop an undisciplined rabble from doing that.
Well, I don't think the Ravens were messing about on the gate, though, is the thing.
No, it's the rest of the people. I mean,
Yeah, everyone else. Yeah, for sure. Everyone wanted to get into a fight. That's what they did. They got into a fight. Definitely a fight happened.
well, you got to get the mentality into them. Are you here for a fight, or are you here for the Keepstar? You're here for the Keepstar. The fight is less priority because fights. As we know, fights are inherently pointless. This is an objective. This has a point.
Incorrect. Fights are not pointless. Fights are the best part of EVE Online. Anybody who says otherwise is wrong.
Well, I believe your military leadership will probably believe otherwise.
I believe that you don't know my military leadership, and they do not believe otherwise.
We'll see.
If there were no fights, then I sure as shit wouldn't be here fighting this war. Although the free kill mails are pretty nice too. I'm not even gonna lie about that.
Yeah, personally, if I'm there to do my job, I'm going to do my job. I'm not going to break by discipline and go after a bunch of free kills. Oh, shiny. No. That's distraction. You can't fall for that. That only benefits the enemy.
Well, that in your group is also getting paid.
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
Yeah, Flagons is Merc's hired by Test, right?
Yeah, we went in there. We did our jobs. We caused some things, and we'll see how this war goes and whether or not we further want to do things. The war has had mixed reactions.
Oh, so was your job to destabilize the Bastion?
It was a fun few fights.
As if so,
No, my
good
job was to.
job, sir. Good job. You did it.
No, my job was to go in there and do what I do best. Everything else is secondary. Everything else is just a luxury. Well, it's free money, and anybody who's abstaining from this war, in my opinion, is making a huge mistake. Because where you would abstain and you would not be rewarded, somebody else would get involved and somebody else would get rewarded. Your reward for abstention and stalling and lack of decision would only mean poverty, while the other groups will, gain riches and potential knowledge and friends. So to abstain from the war out of pride or some other thing, well, is it worth it? That's up to you to decide. And as for being hired by a certain side, we made it very clear in the contract we are not going to be blue to anybody. And unless it were in a specific scenario in a war zone where we just ask each other to hold fire or execute some trigger discipline. For one, there was no amount of money in all of Eve that you could pay to make me blue to that many people.
If I see Flagons like flying around or a gate camp in
Kill them.
Fountain, I can just murk it.
Yeah, kill them.
Okay.
100%, always. Primary Rich Richmond. That's the directive.
Well, if anything, I'm gonna be real. I won't primary Richmond because I actually like Rich.
Who here is calling me the Caleb Arania of the Trash Talk Tuesday? I don't think so. I mean,
who's
I
not
do.
wrong.
Oh, hell no. I mean, does he even do PvP? I think him and I have completely different personalities. We have completely different voices. We have completely different interests.
Oh, I kind of hear it now. Yeah, that does make sense.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Good heavens, we even have completely different mics. We look nothing alike. He has his long hair, and I have my coronavirus mullet.
All right, so looks like these
So
Ferris
you
fights
have
are
long hair.
leaving.
No, it's more like an out of slightly overgrown short back and sides. A regular haircut, if you must.
So do you look like Dr. Disrespect with your hair?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't get my hair to be that unmanageable. No, I've got a device that allows me to get a buzz cut very easily.
Now I'm just trying to figure out what a device like that would look like.
It's a circular device that's slightly curved and it has a circle of blades, and you basically put the appropriate spacer on and you turn it on and you run it through your hair several times repeatedly until your hair is of desirable length. And then you finish the rest of the stuff, especially around the ears and the nape of the neck, with a trimmer. And that's how you keep your hair tidy and comfortable for dealing with these long tie-dye fights.
I have no words.
That's okay. You don't have to have words. I don't have any words either. I don't even know what's happening right now. I don't know where I am. But I do know These carriers are jumping out.
I'll post an image of this in the Trash Talk Discord in the cesspool. Oh no, somebody's disabled images in the cesspool. It looks like I won't be doing that now.
Post it in memes.
We're posting it in the memes channel because somebody's made a terrible decision. And if you look in memes, you'll be greeted with a picture of Patrick Bateman with somebody's legs on his shoulders.
Correct, yes. That is exactly why you cannot post images in the cesspool anywhere.
But you run something like this over your head, and you'll get an appropriately universal haircut.
Like a bowl cut?
No, a crew cut, a regular cut. Short back and sides.
Yes, I am the man. Goons won.
Oh, and also, Goons kept their promise of Test is next because they deleted Test.
Yeah, I think Loki might be right. I think they meant disbanding. And we've been saying it all along. At the end of this, an alliance is going to be dead. And I will say it will most likely be Goon Swarm.
See, I don't think Goons are going to die from this war. I think they're definitely going to get the shit kicked out of them. Whereas, then again, I think everyone's going to get the shit kicked out of them at the end of this war.
They're already dying, dude. They're already
Well,
dying.
I believe Villy has previously mentioned that Arif wanted a similar war like this so he could remove any unnecessary elements from the Imperium and Goonswarm Federation, where they would shed a lot of weight and retain only the highest quality cream of the crop members. So if the Imperium falls and Goonswarm is defeated, well, maybe it will be a time for each and every one of the alliances and coalitions, whether they won or lost, to look at themselves and see, do they really need this excessive baggage and weight?
No, I'm just saying, like, Goons will die. Goons are dead.
Absolutely not. I think they have a very loyal base of fanatics,
Like,
of zealous,
for
and
the
highly zealous and dedicated people. And these people will continue to bear the flag and keep on going. And these people are powerful enough and experienced enough in themselves that they could rebuild from dust.
No, the shit is dead. All right, it's dead.
Richard, falling for the bait.
Absolutely. I say always take the bait. There is somebody with a bait fit rattlesnake, go for it. If somebody there is in a bait fit ship, go for it. Take the bait.
All right, look, check it out. I'm not just saying this shit, right? Like I'm not trying to trigger anybody into saying anything. And I'm certainly not baiting Rich Richmond here. I promise. I'm not. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that by the time this war is over, Goons will be dead. They will be dead.
Bold comment.
I'd say sometimes walking into a trap is the best strategy. You see a trap, you look how it works, and you walk straight into it just to see what happens. It's an incredible strategy, and it would set off a chain of events that otherwise wouldn't have been set off. And from there, if you can predict it, you can manipulate the chain of events.
You're to comment on the effectiveness of Hodreds, 10 out of 10. Would do it again.
Yes, my comment on that is that fuck, I wish I had a Hodred in this area because
Little
god
kid
damn.
without fucking blazing gets told he can FC Hawes, and he's like, fuck yeah.
My fucking dick at the bottom of my desk, I'm telling you.
Fine. Did they accomplish reinforce? Absolutely the fuck not. That it was a complete shit show. The reinforcements were failure. Same time next week, we're going to see something different.
No, please don't destroy TTT. I like this show a lot. Don't destroy it.
I think he means Tranquility Trade Towers.
What? No, this is the only TTT in Eve. What are you talking about?
Blazing Bunny, how was your experience with the Hordreds?
Fantastic.
And how was the
Do you
scene of
remember-
the crime?
Do you remember that in the movie 300, after the first wave and they killed all those guys and they made a big ass wall of all their dead?
Yes.
That's basically what I just did on the ZXP gate.
Very well, and you solely commanded the Hordreds.
I mean, command is a strong word. It's not like it takes a whole lot, a lot of effort to smash the F1 button every now and again.
I don't know, man. That's a whole one button that I have to press.
So, were you having a lot of guys talking about like their modules not working and shit? Funny.
The main issue for me.
Tell me, what happened to these? Why did the capitals go in? Do you have any suspicions?
Which capitals?
The carriers.
Carriers went in? Like the Panther ones, or what?
No, the Imperium ones. What happened with these Imperium capitals that have fallen?
Oh, you mean in it?
Regional gate from ZXP, and then FRT dropped dreads on them.
Why did they take the regional gate?
Your guess is as good as mine. Sorry, I mean.
Very well.
Yeah, so I told you, no one fucking knows because it was a dumb call.
Sorry, I got a
from
phone
the
call.
get-go. Oh, okay.
I see you lost one carrier in all of this.
I didn't lose
Only
any
one?
carriers.
Well, somebody lost one carrier.
My fleet was an elite, small elite strike force of Hodreds that sat there and
Pressed F1.
yelled WOG and dispensed Barrage and Scorch XL.
I wasn't really paying too much attention to the ZXP gate, but I'm guessing it was for Blazing Swords.
The part that I don't get is I sat there stuck in Siege because, Siege and tie-dye and modules don't cycle for a long time. And I never got murdered, and there wasn't enough. I definitely couldn't have tanked any of the full subfleets that came through the gate, but they left me alone. So
They did it out of respect.
I didn't say free fire at all because for the fleets that came through that had Logi or faxes, you can't break them under fax rep, especially in time dilation. There's one guy that I called in target sequence, and then he just repped. I'm like, oh, that's a new feeling, and then we skipped him and then killed everybody after that, including Lockdown Emo, the fucking spy. IMO or Emo or whatever his stupid name is.
They burned a spy.
No, it was an old. Shiva or oops. Oh, NC kicked him out in the GOTG war.
I see.
And then ever since then, he maintains that, I wasn't a spy. So then we killed, using some elite Black Ops tactics, we killed his Titan and Super as he moved to join in it. And then I just Hodredded him to death today.
I know.
It's the little victories, dude. Little victories.
Of course, every person has their own little story and saga. It's important to document it. What happened to Sister Bliss's monitor?
A brave a brave fucking
This Titan's gonna get bombed.
Yeah,
You look
that's.
yeah, I'll talk to you guys. I'll be back on later after this
Yeah,
is.
You
fucking
need to
minute.
focus. You need to focus on this because I've been sitting here thinking this is gonna happen for the past 10 minutes. 'Cause this
Well
guy's-
then,
this guy is not. This guy's not tethered properly. Like this is gonna be kind of sketchy.
oh dear God, it begins.
That Titan literally just fucking did a dance.
Wait, where'd the rat go? Did it sign him out?
Oh, there it's just sideways.
2 question mark?
Oh, it's still there. It's just hidden behind all of the things.
That Astra House is a gunner, right?
Presumably.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah, the Titan's tethered.
Yes, it is on an Astra House.
Which means it's very vulnerable to being bumped off at this point.
I mean, it could be safe log.
That would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it?
Who does the Titan belong to? I'm
The
kind
good
of curious.
guys. Good guys, obviously.
But which good guy alliance?
There's a.
Crisis averted.
Crisis averted. There's one more goddamn Titan here.
No, it's not. Oh, yes, there is. Where he's sitting, it wasn't. If you've ever had to try to dig a Titan out of a Citadel spot, like yeah, there he goes. Depends on where you're sitting, whether or not you can actually dig them up out of where inside the structure like that. It was the other ones, one of the other ones that were in a way more precarious position.
Yeah, that Ragnarok was way too far away from the Astra.
Basically, on
Looks
the-
like it just logged.
Yeah, both.
Yeah,
of them
all of them.
looked- Why is somebody in my stream chat saying why so quiet, puppies? Who you calling a puppy, motherfucker?
We're literally talking right now.
As for quietness, perhaps some of us are shivering with anticipation.
Shivering.
I'm happy as can be. I got the Y-2ANO kill mail with my marshal. Like, there's no better feeling than that.
I mean, we
I
are
would be
getting a
careful.
second fight right now. This could very easily turn into a fight, right? Like it is actually turning into a fight.
I
Their
think they're
ship's
just
blown up.
people who aren't tethered.
Oh.
I'm sorry if I missed any questions in both. I had a phone call and then whatever that was, that attempt was.
No, you didn't miss anything. I'm just sitting here and I'm doing a solid for the people who came over from Rotten Stream because I was also going to cut this off, but I didn't want to send it over to Imperium News. Because
Tell me, Blazing Buddy, did you, with your Hordred, did you kill more than it's actually worth?
probably, yeah. Like there were a lot of dead Balgorns.
Not counting final blows. If you're counting all the kills that I got on, so I got on all 4 or 5 of the init facts that blew up.
Wonderful. Looks like it's paid itself off.
I mean that dread. I've had that hard dread since cash. It paid itself off in cash.
All right, so since it's paid itself off, now you can go feed it to somebody. Onward.
I feel I feel bad because every time I tell people to insure their dreads, they never die.
It's me. I'm gonna insure my dread right now.
So
I wouldn't do it right now.
I do have a question for you,
I
Bonnie.
don't know either.
because I just wanna gauge the morale of of Pappy. Um, are you as demoralized as I am? Because I'm just shook, right?
Dude,
I am.
Are you
I
talking
don't
to
know.
me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I don't know how I can continue.
Oh,
This.
by pressing the siege and the fire button at the same time.
Okay, thanks
That's
for
that's how I will continue.
thanks for feeding into the meme, Bunny. I really appreciate your
Yeah,
ability to
I'm
do
not.
that.
If it would have been anybody else's meme except for fucking goons, that the one of, I mean, congratulations, successful defense, outnumbered, all that jazz. But I'm not gonna lie, I had way more fun not having anything to do with the Keepstar. I held down the ZXB gate, dude. That was my purview.
Well, I mean, the spin is gonna be that we made them bleed, when in actuality, like they killed what, like 7 more Bill, according to the last battle report.
I would not even bother looking at a battle report for the next couple hours until, because tie-dye, so system peaked at 4,400, I want to say, somewhere in that range, plus or minus 200 or 300 people. So it most certainly is not going to be a solid BR for the next while.
Yeah, no, it's
But but if
Ataru,
you see a goon post it, it's very, very solid. And they're extremely outnumbered, they're outgunned, they're fighting a losing battle, and gosh, just respect them, right? Respect them.
Ataru, how was your experience of the battle?
Good lord. Not pleasant.
Not pleasant. Have you considered?
Don't say small gang rich.
Are you? Oh my god.
guys.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
but like, I
Have you
was
considered doing gate camps in other systems to slow down the stem of reinforcements instead?
rich is like, it's not like I've thought of that already, but it's not like we can do much when Imperium's just gonna drop like 10 hull drids on us. It's
Are
happened
you
before.
are you as demoralized as Redline? He's he's shattered, he's broken, he's stuffing rocks into himself, and he's considering some drastic actions, such as joining the Imperium to as a way of getting his vendetta he lusts for.
Oh boy.
Vendetta
I've-
like the super carrier, or Vendetta like the idea?
The vendetta, like the carrier.
I've already submitted my application to Karma Fleet. It's pending.
I would laugh if you get denied just for running this show.
You join one of 5,000 people. I'm not sure how you will fit in there, and if you'll be remembered.
Oh, that's funny. If I'll be remembered. I still get shit from people in Karma Fleet just like randomly throwing shade.
Everlasting Hurricane, somebody who's in test. How was your experience of the battle if you were there?
I fired a whole volley of their cruise missiles, and then I had to save my battleship.
Oh, yeah.
What went wrong?
What wrong? I don't know.
Haha, Raven go boom.
How the bloody hell did you get bombed?
Because
So
they
what
were
was that?
flying battleships and there were 40 bombers bombing them. What
Yeah,
did you
did you
think
not have
was going to
40
happen?
destroyers? I expected something else.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to activate my defender launcher on my Raven. Hello?
No. Come on, where's your Hecate ult that's anchored on the Raven?
Do you think bringing more people into the system was a good idea? We had enough fleets, didn't we?
The man has a point.
No, I'm in my group we're
Yes,
considered
we should
elite
have all
enough that
just
we
bought
have.
backpack ults, right? Because
Yeah,
that's the solution.
I
to it.
started
It's not
doing that
armor.
actually for my
Yeah.
timers, right? Since I have a new monitor alt, I started flying a backpack E-Warf rig and just putting a Griffin jam on some random person I think of, and it's so fun. I've gotten a lot of hate mail for it.
Yeah, go
Like-
get yourself a nice backpack ult consisting of either Hecate, a Confessor, or a tracking computer with extended range, Swipple, if you bring a jackdaw, I'm going to laugh at you because you're contributing to the
If
tie
you
dye
go
using
back and
missiles.
look, the T3Ds were landing as the bomb started firing.
Boy, what the fuck just died here?
A carrier.
The carrier
Why?
is AFK.
He is AFK got bumped off.
Of course.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna go drop off. I have another thing I have to do, but had fun, Hodred good.
But
Hey,
kill
and
on
I-
the floor later, because that game is fun as fuck.
I told you, dude.
1 or 2?
Two. We almost had a full party. We were one person short last night.
Very well, and I hope you enjoy having the wonders of backpacks on your that we've
Look,
been
okay,
promoting.
no one-
It doesn't always jam, but when it does, it's just fantastic. All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
I'm just saying this wouldn't have happened if elite small pilot Rich Richmond was there.
Of course
Were
not.
you-
I would have massacred the bombers.
Sure.
Where
Sure.
were you?
What do we even pay you for?
Wait, he's getting paid?
Yeah, he keeps that quiet, doesn't he?
That
He's got
guy
no
was talking
loyalty
about-
to anyone.
You know, all of the reward and none of the responsibility. Hold on a second. I didn't get 250 plex from Philly. I mean, you guys do. So, you know.
Ha, jokes on you, Matani tops us up.
That, I don't understand the gesture. I mean, apparently they managed to
Are you
poach a few
playing
people.
with coins right now?
I mean,
Stop this!
I gotta do my penny counting here.
You're sitting here fucking jingling around a handful of coins. It's the loudest thing that I've ever heard. Oh, Jesus.
I'm sorry, Redline. Ever since I switched my British pound currency to this plastic polymer stuff, I can no longer rub notes together.
Okay. So is somebody is saying part of 3 blue fleets that were ordered to stand down, 2 jumps out of the battle. 800 people would have made a difference. Whoever took that decision lost this keep RF. Also, fuck you, Kyle.
I love the added also fuck you, Kyle.
Fuck you, Kyle. What did you say? I didn't even notice what you were saying. I'm literally playing City Skylines, watching this happen, and then I looked over at the chat and I see your comment and that other guy. Like,
See-
if you think I'm lying, right? If you think I'm lying about playing City Skylines, let me just show you, because this is now a fucking Cities Skylines stream.
You wouldn't do a Keepstar without having something in the background to watch, and you certainly wouldn't watch a Keepstar without having something in the background to do.
I mean, Christ's sakes, I'm streaming it and I'm playing in
Oh,
the
God.
background. See? You guys see? Look at this.
You're gonna build a Keepstar in here?
This is what I've been doing this whole time. The jig is up, guys. The jig is fucking up.
What?
I am playing City Skylines in the background. Got it, dude. Listen, look at this railroad in between the highway. It's so fucking cool.
Oh, Redline, I should invite you to the Small Gang Minecraft server so you can.
Oh, great.
You don't want to get me started on Minecraft, brother. Anyways, my buildings are gone. I don't have any
stream
buildings
anymore.
currently.
We've gotten so off track.
What do you mean?
It's a
I'd say we're
Keepstar
on
fight.
track.
What do you think's gonna happen in a Keepstar fight?
Here, give me just a second. I'll show you my... It is a great idea. And it looks really cool. Here, I'll show you.
What the hell is going on in here?
Also, Redline, I just want to say, those transitions between scenes are top quality.
What do you mean?
The scene transition.
Oh,
Who's calling this Who's calling this tactical overlay garbage? This is exact tactical overlay I use.
That's why it's garbage.
Oh my god! How dare you?
What, you mean the lines and shit?
Of course.
Do you think you're elite for pressing 2 buttons on the UI or something?
No, I'm elite for tolerating it.
Okay, another character is getting murdered. Or another
Oh, no.
carrier, rather. Rest in peace, friendo. Oh, they're still bumping him.
No, they're shooting at him.
No, they're bumping
They're
him.
bumping him.
Really?
Yeah, he's orange tether. Yo, Tom Caranodon, wake up! You're orange tethered, dude. You're fucking dead, bro.
Nah, I didn't want that carrier anyway.
Yeah.
Eh.
We're gonna get scenic with it. So we're gonna look at dark shines, right? And then we're gonna track the carrier, okay? Wait, stop. I can't get back to it.
It just dies without you getting the camera set up.
There it is. This is
Well,
this is fucking cinematic right now.
Well, Rain's breaking my balls, asking, how much value does it add to the stream? Well, Rain, you could add even less value if you join now.
Oh!
Ooh.
Oh! Damn!
I think it would take away some value and put us into debt. We're going to have to write some articles.
Now they're shooting it. Now they're shooting the carrier.
This carrier represents my morale right now.
Hey, Rich, you talking a lot of shit for not being on grid, dude.
For not being on what?
For not being on grid.
That is the small gang away.
See, now we're getting to trash talking.
I don't know, 10% tie-dye. I mean, my knees hurt a little bit.
Oh, my tie-dye, I can't handle it. I'm so elite, guys. Instead, I'd rather shoot radders in their response fleets that don't really do anything. Like, why don't I just get fed? Hello?
Whoa, they run from the response fleet.
Depends.
Redline, you were right. This is cinematic as fuck. I'm sorry I doubted you.
It's crashing.
Look at it burn.
Oh, it's still on grid. I'm not sure what we're doing. We're probably helping these. We were supposed to be, I think, helping nerds evac.
Wait, I'm undocked. I'm getting bumped.
Man, dude.
Rip Redline.
Redline's like, hey, this carrier name sounds familiar. Why is it green? It's fucking his carrier.
I'm good. I'm totally fine here. I was getting bumped, apparently, by this man. Imagine trying to bump an Ares, right?
If you give it enough time, eventually, maybe you can do it.
Look, they're still going for it. They're really going for it. Maybe. I don't know. Am I getting bumped? I want to see if they can actually do it. I don't know. Warping?
Captain Skinback, yes, our morale is completely fucked.
Alright. So, look, don't mind the traffic, okay? And all the bad things. This is why I'm remaking the city. But I'll show you what this looked like before I broke it all. There you go.
You realise you're not showing us the right thing, right?
What? I'm showing you my city and city skyline.
Now you are.
Yeah.
You know what? That makes me curious, Redline. What is the deal with you with Minecraft that you don't wish to talk about?
I'm really good at Minecraft.
How good?
Better
Like
than
he gets diamonds every day.
That's nothing impressive.
All right, here you go. You guys enjoy this. I have an album somewhere. Let me find it.
We have over 300 people tuning in expecting Eve, but they're getting City Skyline.
There you go, Rich. That's
Oh.
stuff that I built a long time ago.
Oh, unfortunately, Redline, I wasn't really a builder. I'm globally banned off several Minecraft servers due to my notoriety.
What a flex, Rich.
I was that good. Also, I did a lot of Minecraft PvP, on Battle Irons.
Rella, I'm seeing a traffic jam in your city.
Yeah, there's a lot of them actually.
Then you're bad at making a city.
Yeah, that's why I'm remaking it, idiot.
What the fuck is even going on now? Like,
It's not a traffic jam, it's just tie-dye.
There's nothing happening in the fight system, guys. That's why I'm not showing you anything. Fight system.
This isn't EVE Online, though. Are there people just running on the highway?
Not a highway, it's a pedestrian pathway. Clickbait. What, you don't like it?
that is a good analysis of what's happening.
Well, if you don't like it, I can turn it off. Alright, here. There's Eve Online. Gee, threatening me with leaving the stream. One viewer, no.
Because one viewer is gonna really make a difference.
Iridice, you are important. So you know.
You're so important, you should go and buy a mug.
You guys want to see me throw meteors at this city? Because I'll do it right now.
I actually do kind of want to see that.
Alright.
Okay. Sounds fun.
Strength 10. Gonna throw one right there. Let's get a thunderstorm too, huh? Right there in the park.
This is the future of Pest Alliance right here.
We'll get a sinkhole here as well.
Killing all these random people, Redline.
What?
You're killing all these people.
That's fine. Oh, let's do a tornado too. Tornado over here.
But why isn't anything happening?
Takes a moment. Have an earthquake over here.
This whole thing is gonna get fucked at the same, like just at one time. Everything just happened.
Iridocyclitis. As you can see, not really anything is happening in EVE Online. There's like little things getting shot. But it's mostly just like people leaving.
I still don't understand why. Wait, never mind.
Can we not be sober?
No, I'm sober. It's just my mouth is talking faster than my brain is actually thinking.
Tornadoes should be coming shortly, guys. Tornadoes should be coming shortly. Oh, there it is. A big fucking tornado. The earthquake.
So has anyone actually ever tried? Has anyone here tried out Eve Echoes?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Yep. I haven't played a lot of it because I'm kind of busy.
I just downloaded it and I kind of want to see what it's about.
Great, now I want to watch Twister. I remember the scene where they're talking about the twin tornadoes. Kind of what I'm working with here.
That tornado is it's a little extra.
Oh yeah, so you're saying I shouldn't do another one?
Do it. Go balls deep.
Hidden. Here, how about a tsunami? Asteroid.
Man, this city is just not having a good time.
They're not having a good day. But it's still functioning, kind of. Oh god, wow, nope, never mind, it's not functioning. Oh, it's on fire. Alright, I'm gonna refresh this battle report real quick and see what we got.
Not gonna look good.
So far, we're at 67 to 60 bill lost. With the Imperium coming up above. Yeah, Ron, give me a pro streamer tip. It's not Legos, it's City Skylines. Let me live my life, Ron.
Man has fallen into the river in Lego City.
Ron, have you seen the state of this game? Have you seen the state of this fight? It was like a slow motion car crash. Everybody who participated, apart from the Horde pilots, have expressed their discontent.
Yeah, Ron, did your internet cut out or something?
Guys, I need to think of a gamer ID for evac code. I'm open for suggestions.
Blazing Bunny.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a good one.
No. Yeah, it went through, Ron. That's where all these viewers came from. I had like 6 people in the stream before you raided me, dude.
I got it. Meerkat for life. Wait, who said what?
Meerkat for life, probably.
Oh, yeah, it was me.
Fast.
I still find it hilarious that every time I get angry at someone, I almost call them a meerkat, and that's only because of Ron's stream.
With all these bubbles now. I don't really care about a tower getting bashed.
You do care if Matani says you care.
Yeah, because that's how all of this works. If the Matani says it, it must be true. Same thing with J5A. Like, that wasn't actually an Init keep. Was it Init or either way? It was a culture Keepstar.
I personally am looking forward to tuning into the show that must not be named, just to know what I should think.
Dude, same. Like, and here's the thing: I'm not even memeing about that. Like, I legitimately enjoy the meta show every single week.
No.
The same way you enjoy keeping up with the Kardashians, right?
No, like, in all seriousness, I legitimately enjoy the meta show.
Actually, I shouldn't be saying such negative things. I don't want to get blacklisted. Matani, please.
No vendetta today.
Right, guys, what race should I be in EVEC?
What
A
races are
furry.
there?
I tried that, but it's not an option.
It's a awkward moment when Redline don't want to watch as Goon not die, lol, and you guys had about 1,000 more dudes. Elite, bro. And now you guys are complaining about a tie-dye.
Is this
Get
copy
used
pasta?
to it, lol.
This is definitely a copy pasta.
Okay.
I just don't understand. I guess I've never truly understood. I don't think anybody was complaining about tie-dye. I think the complaint was that modules weren't activating and that people couldn't actually play the game during a large fight. Which, in my opinion, is a pretty valid complaint. But you know, I'm biased because I like it when people can play the game.
One of my initial complaints was the fact that 15 minutes for the what was it, the Keepstar ref? Like that was just going on the same rate, but like Elo pointed out, like it can be abused way too much, so like it was super like depressing to see all those fighters try to get on the Keepstar right as the clock was ticking down.
Why were the
Yeah.
fighters at the gates?
I don't know.
Who had seen that?
I'm definitely not me.
Well, lessons were learned. See you again next time.
I don't think any.
You don't think what? You don't think there's going to be a next time? You think they're going to
I
leave this?
don't think any lessons were learned.
Because we have no brains. We're all nullsec bots.
No. Some of you have brains. The
Oh yeah, which
yeah.
ones?
Well, I would say Johnny Rabb. He was recently kicked from Slice. He had the brains to actually, make some profit from participating in these battles, but a leadership decision said, no, you're not allowed to make profit. You're not allowed to benefit from these battles. You're just our mindless drones. You're just a statistic. So that's one person I can't say has brains in nullsec because he's no longer in nullsec. God rest his soul.
Kill him?
No, they booted him.
Then he's. Well, why does his soul need to rest then?
That's a good question.
Damn. There's certainly no brains on this channel, y'all.
Yep.
What did he do this time? I believe he salvaged something after one of the Keepstar battles. He looted something, he salvaged something, one of the two, and no, they did not like that.
So it sounds like he stole salvage.
How do you steal salvage?
If one fleet spends the time bashing something and then you come and salvage it and you didn't bash it, then you're stealing the salvage.
He was part of the bashing fleet.
So then why would they have a problem with it?
I have no idea. Ask Riot Rick. I'll tell you what, Ron. I need to run over to my friend's house, a 3-mile run, and then I need to steal his car. So if you'd like to come on stream to replace me as a crayon eater but less of a meerkat, then I would welcome you to.
can't just call him a crayon eater. That is goon propaganda.
What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I haven't the foggiest clue, my friend.
You're a double agent. You're a double fucking agent, Rich.
Well, if you'd like to know what I'm up to, or what I have been up to, there was one occasion where I slept 2 hours. I went to do a Ministry of Transport test, which is something we have here in England. A dreadful, dreadful test. And my car
Pass.
apparently. Fuck no, fuck no. I have a old car, and they failed me on several things. So I took the car back home, put it onto a ramp, and with only 2 hours of sleep that I had in that morning, I went underneath and I spent the next 6 hours fixing up the exhaust system. And
So
that,
what you're saying is you failed an MOT.
yeah, I failed on a fucking MOT. But yeah, no, I spent
Why
6
do you
hours.
why do you overcomplicate things?
You want the story to
Rich
be
did nothing,
entertaining?
by the way. He literally took his car to a place that tests that your car's worthy to go on the road. That's all that happened.
It is worthy to go on the road. Oh, all I need to do is fix one thing. All I need to do is fix a height sensor. That's all. It turns out the rust cavity was not actually a rust cavity, and I did not need to fix the rust. And it also turned out that the exhaust issues and the check engine light was caused by the exhaust, which I spent 6 hours fixing with only 2 hours of sleep. It was a very interesting morning. I was very pissed off about it. But Ron, if you'd like to come on stream and replace me, I'd love it because I need to run over to my friend's house and steal his car.
Why doesn't your friend just drive to you and then you can drop him off?
He's not in the country. Lambda? No, it wasn't the Lambda. It was just some exhaust leaks causing misreadings because air got into the system.
I wonder if I can juke these Pharaxes. What do you think?
Are you not hyperspatial insta-warp?
I mean, like, just piloting.
Do it. I bet you won't.
If you fail, I'll ensure that you can't join any of the small gang communities. Be blacklisted there forever. You have to stay
Sounds
in
like a
North.
blessing.
Nobody's even trying to bump me. So depressing.
Is it possible goon morale's broken?
I think the good morale's broken.
No, it's just you're not worth the effort.
Oh,
Wow. That's rude.
Please bump Dalek out of tether. I can't. He's moving. He's moving his own ship. Watch this. You ready for this shit? See this guy?
I mean, the guy that's getting away. Yeah.
Oh. Hello, Ron.
Yo. So, what was that game you were playing? That Lego game? What the hell was that?
City Skylines.
Huh?
City Skylines.
Why was the little Lego house on fire?
Yes, I lit it on fire.
That's a horrible red line. Why would you do that?
Hey, should I kill this Ares or what?
No. So
Why
you
not?
should cloak up and chill.
I don't have a cloak.
Oh well. Let's go back to step one.
I'm gonna kill him.
All right, there we go. So, what did you guys think about the fight?
Kind of depressing.
Why?
Just to see those like fighters desperately trying to get back on the Keepstar away from the gate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, apparently the fighters were pulled and then put back out on the gate as well.
Oh shit, I'm not gonna kill him. He's gonna kill me.
I know, that's why I said not to.
How the tables have turned, Redline.
Oh, the turntables.
Oh, there's someone else coming to get you.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well, an attempt was made.
Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Now I'm stuck in a bubble.
Wow, Redline.
Oh no.
Also, like,
Oh, Ron.
Oh, God damn it. All right, tell me when the meerkat's gone.
He actually left.
he's gone, Ron.
Oh my god. You know, I love his commitment. Also, Ron, the meerkat's gone.
Ah. What a
Redline should
what a fun game this is.
do a live stream of Trash Talk Tuesday, but like it's one of those like 80s like workout.
Awkward.
Listen, fucking meerkat tricks, dude. That's what they do. They pop in their little heads and they just look around. Then they hide. Wait until you're defenseless and then come out.
Looking for rorquals.
Yeah, looking for rorquals. You know, crazy shit.
I mean, when he was in here, he was talking all about like small game PvP and how we should believe, like meerkat life. That's all it was.
Fucking ratting in his dread, you know, all the blue loot, blah 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 blah.
Oh well, he's got no blues because you know content.
Blue donut, yeah.
Fucking ow.
Hello?
I
Alright, I'm going back
Yeah,
to
I
the Lego
mean-
game.
I think, you know, but whoever it was though learned, right? Like so, you know, 15-minute structure timer or a 15-minute armor timer, right? In tie-dye, maximum tie-dye is a minute and a half in game, right? So like a minute like a minute and a half. So you have a minute and a half, whatever normally would take you. There's just no room for travel time, right? The only real option would have been to warp the carriers on top of the Keepstar and drop their fighters.
Yeah, and that's something I was thinking that they might do if they really, really, really wanted to make sure that they got it. But I couldn't see it being a worthwhile thing to do at that point, because it only had like 5 minutes left, and it would have taken that long to warp the fighters or the carriers over, and then you would have just lost 5 carriers for nothing, right?
Yeah, they're carriers though. Like, who cares? Like, that's a carrier is like a fucking battleship. Like what, 1.5 bill or something? 1.8? Like, they're nothing.
I mean, but still, it's something where you don't just want to feed caps for no reason, right?
Well, I mean, you don't want to feed them for no reason, but like, throwing some carriers on there to get the fighters on would have, I think, been a smart choice.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, it wouldn't have mattered. By the time the carriers got over there, the structure would have been repaired. Like at that point, it was just too late. Like the decision wasn't made quick enough. It was going to be made.
Time.
Well, I think everyone should just congratulate them. They played well. They won the objective. That's what's important, not the ISK bullshit or whatever. And just that's it. It's not a big deal. Like, be good sports about it. You know, it's all good, man. Let them jump for joy. Let them have their moment in the sun. It's all good.
My morale is just shook though.
These the Ravens.
You want those Ravens anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was initially like pretty frustrated by the timer stuff, but I think you pointed out like it can be like excessively extended. So like
Yep.
it's then having to like be on like the other side and try to defend it for days.
Yep. And Elo has always revealed that, like, he was using that against us, but at the same time, like, he was like, dude, it shouldn't be like this. Yeah, Elo's always been very conscious of that and, you know, kind of outspoken about it. He's a good guy.
So I guess a good question would be, do we think that this is going to be something that the Imperium can keep up? Do you think they'll have the
I hope
stamina
so.
to do this all the time?
I hope so.
They technically did a pretty good job. Well, they did a good job and like they technically won because
Well, they didn't technically win. They won. Give them that.
Yeah, and that's that's fair. Just really push the good sportsmanship aspect to everyone that tries to talk shit. Like, they won. It's all good. Let them have it. I mean, the fucking mechanics suck. I hate the mechanics, but if we won, but if we won, like, well, you know what? Yeah, you had to deal with the sucky mechanics too, right? Like, I mean, that's just the way it is. But there was several devs in my stream that saw it, so I mean, I'm sure it'll probably come up or something.
so many monitors.
We don't get devs in this stream.
Well, there's a reason for that.
What?
Yeah, that's actually great. Let's talk about that real quick. So, I have an idea for a show.
Is it the one you were telling me about last weekend?
Yeah.
I DM'd you. We never connected the dots though.
Oh, dude, I'm horrible about that, man. I get so many DMs.
Same.
So basically, the idea is, that it'd be kind of like a I don't know, I'm trying to think how to put it, but like it would be like the leaders, right, from Pappy, right, from the Blue Donut, and all of them, and then that's it, right? So no quirky kids, no fucking meerkats, no weird shit. You know what I mean? And you, right? You and them, and then that's it. And it'll be fun. It'll be cool, man. I think it'd be really interesting to listen to as well.
Just like
So
to talk about what's happening and what the next moves are and everything like that, just in general. Kind of like the meta show, but fan people.
That's it, brother. That's it, man. Yeah, and the reason that I don't want to do it is because they're probably going to go ape shit. And if I'm there or if it's on mine, like I'm going to, I can't handle that shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, but with you, they can go ape shit and they can have some fun.
True, that is true.
But with me, it's not, it wouldn't be as much fun because I'd be calling everybody on shit and I'd be like, hey, whoa, be a good sport, you fucker, But with you, it'd be, yeah, fuck those guys. And, to be honest, like you would have, like I'll get all the people on there and it'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, we have Billy on this show a lot.
Yep. Billy, yeah. So the lineup that I'm thinking right now would be like Billy, headliner, Killer Bee, and I actually haven't talked to Goblins yet if he would be interested or not.
I don't think shows.
Yeah, he might not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to him or something. But like that, right? And then you, and then that's it. Like no, not me, not anyone else, just you and them, and then I think it'd be cool, man.
It would be. It would be really cool. And I think it's something that's needed to get that perspective. Because like you can watch almost any other stream for Eve, and I swear, sometimes I see Eve streams and I'm just like, why are you even bothering to broadcast? You don't even know what system you're in.
I like those streams, dude. Like those are awesome. Like when the people are new.
No, not
like,
new people. Not new people. I like.
Oh, you mean when
I like
when
newer
they're
streams.
talking about like a fight and they don't know what's going on?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, literally the use case on why I started streaming Eve like a year and a half ago. There was no null-sec streams at all. None. It was just like the meta show on Saturday and that was it. And I was like, you go to Reddit and we're all a bunch of, rampaging F1 whatever's bad people, right? And I'm like, man, there's like normal people, that have like jobs and shit and wives and kids, just normal, that are in nullsec. So then that's when I started streaming like nullsec, and it was just like nullsec radio or whatever,
Yeah, I just don't know what this new show would be called though. There are thoughts to do Bertiso had an idea to do a show that was basically like just it was called the beta show, and then
Yeah.
takes all the points that they make on the meta show and turns them around. That'd be funny, but also
There you go.
kind of goofy.
Um.
But I like the idea of getting like actual alliance leaders together and asking real questions and actually having like a real conversation with them instead of just saying like, hey, let's shit talk each other for an hour. Good vibe.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would just be interesting because but like, they can also go a little crazy and all that, and that's all good too. Whatever, it'd be fun, and I'll. I just think it'd be hilarious, huh?
Pro God would be so entertaining.
Yep. Are you still live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just saw the be right back thing. All right. So, all right. So, are you ready? So now, if you want to do this, yeah, couple of rules. First rule: you lock down the channel or whatever you have to do. No quote surprise guess quote.
Oh, of course.
Nothing will piss them off more than fucking or some meerkat coming in and fucking whatever. You know how they are.
Yeah,
All right. Number 2, you can't be playing other games and shit. What's going? I mean, I'm just and I'm not talking about Legoville or whatever the hell you were playing. I'm talking about when was it? Like I tuned in for like a little bit, and you were playing. I've heard like Factoria or some bullshit. I don't remember what it was. Like you were just like playing it, huh? Yeah. It's helpful, just to pay attention to the guests, then talk to them. That's all.
Oh, that's what I do.
His performance wasn't very satisfactory.
Have you seen Trash Talk Tuesday?
Oh no! Oh, so I'm not saying anything bad about that. You know what I mean? I'm just not like with these guys. That's all. No, do what you got to do on your others. That's your play satisfactory, tic tac toe, whatever you want to do.
No, but like. Yes, we stopped talking. Ron said he was gonna spoil things, and Nobody else said. Ozone, that is not a capital. That is a Keepstar. Yes, they basically. I'm commanding a pod. That's okay, dude. You don't gotta be sorry for being new to the game. Namaki, I don't think there will be any punishment for anybody. Like, I don't.
The punishment? The FC? Man, I like, unless they knowingly made an error, like, you shouldn't punish because, like, you don't want to dissuade FCs from becoming FCs, and it's just a game, right? Like, but if they fuck something up or whatever, like, did they learn from it? Cool, all right, then you move on. It's all good.
This was actually all orchestrated by the Black Hand.
The punishment
I've heard
is
that before, the Black Hand thing. What were you going to say? The punishment is what?
the punishment is the 10% tie-dye.
No true words have ever been said.
I mean, anybody in that fight was already punished, potentially, so, like, good.
I love tie-dye, dude.
Tie-dye.
I've been in one capital fight with no tie-dye, and it was a goddamn disaster.
Ow. Did it go too quickly or what?
Not only was it going so quick, but everyone was like dual boxing and triple boxing, and it was going so fast that everybody just pointed their subcaps out in space, and there was like 50, 100 subcaps just all going in a random direction, trying to do your facts at the same time. It was just a goddamn disaster.
I don't know. I think it'd be nice if the game was actually like that, though, where you would actually have to focus on what you're doing. Couldn't just do 13 different things at once because the game was 10% as fast as it normally is.
So here's an interesting question. Is tie-dye self-propagating? If you know you're going to a tie-dye battle, you bring more characters because you know in the tie-dye you can control more.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you're a line member, and you're going into 10% tie dye, like you probably can handle 4 or 5 characters minimum.
Historically, PL used to be famous for multi-boxing as well as maybe NC. Maybe Redline can shed some light on that. Is that still a big thing?
Multi-boxing? Yeah, multi-boxing is a big deal. I don't do any of it, but
I don't have the money to multi-box.
I mean I have the money, I just don't have the inclination. I have one main account that I play on. I have a second one that's like my super alt. And that is it. It.
Wait, so you don't have a Faxalt?
No. I hate Logi. I mean I love Logi.
Uh-huh.
Would you say we're all quiet now?
Hmm?
Check cesspool.
I mean we are pretty quiet. We don't have a lot to say. We've already talked about the fighting, right? We talked about what happened there. We talked about how shitty 10% tie-dye is. We said good job to the Imperium for winning. What more do you want us to say?
Here, I'll look at chat.
No, it's in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
I was so sad to hear the test ravens had died.
Hello.
Because
Hello,
like
Alexis.
I saw them like signing with. I was just like, oh, cool. And then I had to take over because when the FCs got headshotted, it's like, wait, where are the test ravens? And then I just see a huge ball of neutral capsules. I was like, oh,
Did they have boosters or not?
I think so. I'm
Hmm?
not too sure.
They wouldn't have had enough to make a difference.
What was the statement?
Like, do
About
they have
test setting
boosters?
No, we didn't have any boosters.
Oof.
With the boost changes, you'd only boost 25 ships, and when you're all in a clump, you would have just taken horde ships with you.
Yep.
In fairness, Horde kept my Raven alive while I was being shot by the Baltic fleet. I survived with 400 structure.
Nice. I'm glad you got out of that alive.
It was really nice to use battleships again in a fleet.
What was that?
It was really nice to use battleships again in a fleet.
And I hate battleships.
All right, now that is good. I like it. Because it's like, hey man, why don't you guys use battleships? Oh, yeah, because of that. Bombs. Lots and lots of bombs.
Yeah, I mean that is in general like that's one of the reasons that I just really generally dislike battleship doctrines. Hate anything that's immobile, can't move around, and is really vulnerable. old people. I hate old people.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. We don't like you guys either.
Worse. So,
Gee,
Mindless Drone in the chat says, can we talk about probable next steps? How long before PanFam re-refs this keep? Or do they clear the rest of Fountain and then come back? Well, I was saying this earlier. I think this Keepstar is definitely it's on the list of targets now. If it wasn't before, it's got a huge bullseye on it now. So I would say that we'll probably see this Keepstar be refed again within, honestly, a couple days. It may be something where that wait until the end of the week to do it so that we get another weekend timer. But the Imperium is very strong on weekends. I will give them that. But it could also just be something where we ref it just to ref it and then see what happens. But I think the thing is that so this people have been saying a lot. This is a war of attrition and morale. So this was a max form from both sides, right? This is as many people as can be spat out onto the battlefield from both teams, right? So what's going to be interesting about it is to see which team can continue to do that for the foreseeable future.
Not just that, how did the numbers change later on in the time zones?
I don't think they changed that much, did they?
no, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
'cause
Like the number of people that are available to fight, or
Yeah. Because I would have thought Pappy's a bit more US focused, time zone wise.
I mean, it depends really. Depends on the night. We do have a really strong US time zone. But we've also got a really strong Euro time zone as well.
Yeah, your time zone is quite strong.
Like we're just really strong, really strong.
Imagine if Goons had put in this effort defending the rest of Fountain.
it's not really defensible.
Oh god, he's drank the Kool-Aid. Fountain is
Listen,
plenty
once
defensible.
they lost like D4KU, it's just that's a wrap.
Yeah, it's true. And even so Mindless says that the thing is that 1500 EVE on a Saturday is pretty sociable for everyone except AUTZ. That is very true.
I think we just enjoyed the funness, Skev, really. It was nice to actually have a proper fight.
Agree. I love it.
Did you manage to get on your fleet run?
So I was going to, and I made the mistake, I think, that most people made, or maybe I, just didn't anticipate that people were going to be setting up 2.5 hours early. You know what I mean? Like, I woke up and fucked around and, said goodbye to the girlfriend, all this shit, and then I started streaming, and it was like 3 hours to the timer. I'm like, hey, whatever, no big deal. Fucking people are already undocking. Like, god damn. And at 2.5 hours, there was, people coming through the gates and gate camp and like, Jesus. So it was funny too, because yesterday I said that PanFam will max form, right? Like, they won't fall for that old thing again, right? And then they did, right? But now it's going to have to be like 2 hours early, right? Like even earlier.
I think the problem the European time zone had was it was like during our dinner time, So it's
Yeah.
a Saturday. We're going out to restaurants or to the pub. So that affected that.
You just gotta cart your computer to the pub.
No, if I did that, I'd end up feeding nests.
Yeah, you could have done it with me. There's plenty of frigates on that gate. We could have just started smart bombing everyone.
I need to check your kill board persistence. Did you feed anything today?
Ironically, no.
Why is that ironic?
Because I'm not to feed
Because persistence
battleships.
feeds every day. I think it was a Macarial and then a Balgon.
Yeah. And then my Nestor was off position during the first week of the fighting, so
Ron feeds prophecies.
I do, actually. It's like it's the most frustrating bullshit too, man. Like it's you know, a simple farmer's gate camp with a fucking falcon. Like, come on, man. Like,
And chat says you feed Aries.
No, that's me. I feed Aries. Oh wait,
What?
no, yeah, no, Ron feeds Aries too.
What you fed Myrmidons?
No, I get AWACS and Myrmidons.
No, we didn't get the armor time.
as you can see.
What happens is it counts down in real time. That's 90% tie-dye, so in effect there's only like, what, 3 minutes?
a minute and a half, right around in there.
By the time it takes to boat your fighters all the way back the 1,000 kilometers, you like missed out on that time.
But I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I hopelessly always see the bright side, and the bright side is this is what it's like with a real defense, and it was awesome, and it was a great fight, and it was fun to watch, and all of these lessons, you know, like I don't know how many people that were in this fight, like FC wise, were involved in real Keepstar defense fights, you know, not, you know, 25 scepters, you know, but like real defense fights. And this is what it's like, and it's awesome. Now they all have, and they know what it is, and now those fighters and all that shit will be on that Keepstar immediately.
Yeah, so next time it'll probably be more like the Shield RF timer was, where it's just fighters versus the world. So sad. And it's sad because like realistically you can't really anymore ref a Keepstar without capitals.
All right, I'm going to bail right now, but I'm still going to get the people. I got. I think I got a couple already, but I haven't heard from Headliner. So if anyone out there knows or is talking to Headliner, tell them to ping me. But if I can get Headliner, then I think it'd be good.
Let's make a group Discord DM and plan a time to do this. That way I can all be ready for it. I can have some proper,
Yeah, I mean,
proper show notes or whatever.
yeah, I mean, I was thinking like for a dry run and to get the guys in the mood, like right after the meta show. You know what I mean? And I know that they're listening to that shit now, or is it like in a little bit or something?
Should be in a little.
Yeah, because they'll,
Like 20 minutes.
and that'll be like fun, right? Like to, you know, like the homework for you would be the high points on the meta show. You know what I mean? And then like you could ask them about that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like to kind of get the dichotomy right of the answers. I think it'd be fun because they'll probably go wild, right?
Oh yeah, I can already.
Yeah, and you're really good at that stuff, and you know they're good people, so you know.
Oh boy, Fountain Frank's gonna be on the meta show today.
Oh my God, so dude, I have a character, man, that's gonna go against Fountain Frank, and I keep fucking talking to Brisk, and I need to go find my stuff. And yeah, I just keep forgetting. I get so busy. All right, but I'm gonna bail for now. But I'm gonna find this shit and I'll talk to you.
It's going to be weird because Fountain Frank's just going to be telling everyone that we didn't attack our own Keepstar. So yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be weird. We'll have to ask Fountain Frank why Goons defended our Keepstar so fervently. Weird stuff.
yeah. Unless initiative is now coming to the Pappy side, cracks forming.
I know someone is, but I'm not gonna say who. Tuesday.
Dank leaks.
I'm gonna leak it. I'm gonna leak it on Tuesday.
You should leak it now.
Am I super quiet? I don't know why I'm super quiet. Maybe I'm super quiet compared to everybody in Discord.
Did you FC today, Redline?
I did not. I did this instead. Stalking Mantis, I believe I believe what you're hearing, at least in my voice, is tiredness. Because I woke up way too early for this, and I did not get any coffee. So I think what I'm actually gonna do is I think we're gonna cut this out here because it looks like it disconnected a little bit anyways. So I'm gonna cut the stream, I think, and then we might come back on later, and we're gonna be looking at premiering this new show soon. With gotta figure out what we're gonna call it, but coming. So again, for anybody who didn't hear it, good job, Goons. You defended your shit well.
You mean our shit?
Oh yeah, that's true. No, it won't be pay-per-view.
A light bulb's just gone off in your head, hasn't it?
Shh. Be quiet, sir. Don't give me ideas about making money off of people. So I will catch you guys later. From us here at this channel, I guess. Have a good one.